You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this. 2, check. 2, hello, check. Hello. Sorry, I was just enjoying a little cucumber salad there. I can't stop making cucumber salad. There's this guy on TikTok, I think his name's Logan, and all he does is make cucumbers, basically. And I'm so cucumber-pilled now. There's so many varieties. It's so easy. It's healthy. It's nice to snack on. Cuckoo for cukes. That's right. Cuke salad with sesame dressing. Yeah, I mean, you can do it with like soy sauce and fish sauce and sesame oil and stuff, in addition to the vinegar and spices or whatever. But I've just been making it with
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Nice shirt.
I've just been making it lately with some, like, you just slice up some cucumber, rice wine vinegar, little sugar, little salt, little pepper, some garlic, and sesame seeds, some toasted sesame seeds on there. And you just give it a little shake. Amazing. Amazing. Really good stuff. That's what I was just enjoying. Kijiji Genie, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. What a great way to start the stream, and a great way for you to jump right on the leaderboard for gifted subs for this month. Thanks, Kijiji. I really appreciate all the support. Thanks to Ping Vinley as well for the Prime. I believe that's a brand new sub. First time subber. We love it. That's fantastic. And Sam as well, thanks for the 30 months of tier 1. And thank you as well for the compliment on my shirt. Thank you. I'm glad you've all been enjoying my new shirt pickups. Add some sriracha for some spice. Yeah, or chili oil, chili crisp, whatever. But throw that in there as well. I've just been making it just the vinegary light version though. But that's what's cool about it. You can put whatever you want in there. There's so many different varieties and variations you can do. Fantastic. Well, welcome back to the show, folks. It's a little bit more time off. This summer has been been kind of an erratic schedule, as you know, or an erotic schedule, or that. But it's been kind of an erratic schedule. I was doing some more parenting this week, which has just been like hard to get away from. And just, it's the kind of thing, childcare is expensive. So it's like my son's in camp like for most of the next month, but there's just some time prior to that, making the scheduling work and everything. And that's the kind of thing, it's just like I can take time off to hang out with him for a couple days, or I can not do that and come on here and try and make the little number at the bottom of the screen go up, but also pay for childcare. So there's no real way of escaping that. And just usually when faced with that choice, I would much rather just take the time myself and just hang out with him, because it's fun. We have a good time. We had a nice time. Took time off to start an OF. If I felt like there was money in that for me, I would at least consider it, I don't know that I would do it. If I felt there was an actual market for that, I would at least give it some thought. But no, I don't think that's on the horizon anytime soon. Thanks to upcoming changes to the labor law, you'll be able to put that little bugger to work. Exactly. The ultimate kind of childcare. Instead of you paying, he's earning. Not only it's not just free, you actually make money from it. That's the genius of it. I'm glad you like the shirt, Diego. Thank you. I gotta get a couple more like this. I want to make an OF, but it's just videos of my cat or me making pizza. I mean, I would subscribe. I would watch that. Any thoughts on stonks tumbling today? The economic data keeps rolling on in the direction of a downturn, if not recession, this morning. Some guy quoted in a CNBC article. I haven't seen any news about the stonks. Is it happening? Is it finally happening? Is the whole house of cards falling down? Just as we've been asking ourselves like every day for the last like 4 fucking years. Maybe today's the day. Who knows? Probably not. They'll probably find some way of kicking the can down the road yet again.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hey Rob, haven't been paying attention to the news in the last 48 hours. Is everything fine now?
Pac-Man, thanks for the 24 months tier 2. And congratulations to you for the brand new 24-month 2-year sub badge. Shimmering Golden. Thank you for that. And yeah, not too much going on. Not too much going on in the old news, so it should be another boring episode of this show. It really seems like, I know things are always happening, but it really seems like whenever I leave, things happen at an accelerated rate. You know? It really does feel like that a little bit. And I promise you, these two things aren't connected. They're not linked. They're not linked. This is a full coincidence.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hey Rob, hope the trip to Venezuela went well.
Thank you, Joe, for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. I actually I thought about the idea. This is true. Thank you, Katrina. Everyone commenting on my shirt. Wow, very kind of you. I actually contemplated going to Venezuela as like a journalist or like an election observer or something, whatever it is. Probably if I had made the right calls, I probably could have made something like that happen. But you know, it's just, as always, it's hard for me to get away. It's hard for me to. I wanted to go to the DNC in a couple weeks too, and that's not going to happen either. You know, it's just tricky for me with parenting to take that kind of time. But I would have liked to have gone to Venezuela for this. I think it's a pretty interesting story. It would have been cool to be there and to watch it play out. We're definitely going to be talking about this today. And this is one of Twitch's unapologetically pro Maduro streams as well. We got a lot of hedgers. We got a lot of fence sitters. Not me. You know where I am on this one. You know, he's our guy. He's our guy. And you've got to stand by your guys. Through thick and thin. You know? There's too many well, we shouldn't be interfering in their democracy, but no. You will not be getting any kind of talk like that from me on this subject or any other similar subjects. The NYT analyzed the opposition numbers and they check out, oh shit, well there it is. There it is. I guess we can put that one to bed. We can just put that one to bed. We will get to this, okay? We'll get to Venezuela. There's lots of stuff to talk about. There's Israel's pro-rape and torture riots. There's the Venezuela coup. There's some Olympic insane trans panic stuff happening right now. All kinds of stuff to get into here. There's Israel leading us to once again further down the path of World War III, doing everything they can to inflame that regional conflict and hopefully draw in Iran and Venezuela. Maybe today's the day that's going to happen. You know, who knows? So there's all kinds of stuff going on for us to get into today. Trump is literally imploding on stage. Yeah, he doesn't look good. Just attacking in Iran and Syria and Lebanon while Joe charges up. That's right. Yeah. That's right. After the tough new tone was taken. After the tough new tone. Did you see she didn't even smile in that picture that she took with Netanyahu? Netanyahu's obviously very scared about the prospects of being constrained by the much tougher on Israel states of Kamala Harris. He's very clearly very intimidated by this. It's such a hard stand she's taken, promising the same weapons while refusing to bear hug. Yeah, and bearing witness to the pain and suffering. We're gonna bear witness to the pain and suffering just a little bit more.
We're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I'm back, baby.
Duke, hello. Welcome back. I'm back as well. Thank you, Duke, for 2 months. Tier 1. Happy to have you. Thank you. That's right. We see you and we hear you. That's the different tone that's been taken. Yes, we're gonna still fund the genocide, but we do see you and hear you more so than how much we were seeing and hearing before. We may have increased our weapon shipments to Israel, but we've also increased the levels of seeing and hearing that we're doing about it. So really, there's progress being made. We spent our XP on all in perception. They do still think that it's good to say that. Yeah, they still think there's an audience for that. Maybe there is an audience for it, but they're entirely like coastal liberals that live in states that are going to vote Democrat regardless. I'm hopeful that Kamala's domestic policy will be okay and she'll be less genocidal than Grandpa Joe. I mean, that's a really low bar, definitely, Duke. I think it's definitely possible that she... But the thing is, like... Will she be less genocidal? I think it's an interesting question. Like, because that would mean a fundamental shift in, like, their arms sales to Israel. Like... You might say she's less genocidal because she maybe she's a bit more critical, has a different tone, you know? Is, like I was saying, is bearing witness to the pain and suffering and seeing and hearing the pain and suffering more. But as long as the weapon shipments are still being made, there's no difference in the level of genocidal that's happening. That's the kind of unfortunate, really grim reality of it. As I've talked about, like I've been hopeful that there was going to be some kind of a shift in tone. Like this is the kind of thing that I was like asking about on our podcast the other day. It's just like after a certain point, this whole idea, well, it's just politically impossible for them to do anything. But like, how is it so politically impossible? Like, what more needs to happen? What more needs to happen for them to be able to be like, okay, you're cut off? Like, obviously, killing tens of thousands of little kids isn't the thing. You know, we've all seen countless images of dead and maimed little children over the last 10 months. Apparently that's not going to do it. You know, are they, when they're bombing Iran and Syria and Lebanon as well and trying to start World War III, could that be the time that they say, okay, it's enough now, you're cut off, like no more? When their whole society is in open revolts, like borderline civil war over protecting the ability of like concentration camp guards to rape and torture prisoners. And when they're openly debating this in the Knesset, they're openly debating this stuff, whether it's okay. And the people that are saying that it is okay are the ones that are winning the debate. Is that the time? Is that the time that America can say like, okay, enough, no more? You're cut out. Like what? Seriously, like I'm actually asking, what needs to happen? What needs to happen for an actual change to happen? It's like kind of shocking. It's kind of shocking that this is where we're at. You know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you, Dakadoon. Thank you, everyone, for talking about my shirt. I think we're just marching towards the inevitable conclusion of the empire. Like, I don't think our politicians are likely to change anything. And, you know, I think you're correct, Duke. Like, it's like, I don't know. It's like, we can talk about that and we can admit that, but it's kind of like it's a pretty grim reality, isn't it? Especially when there's the option that we all get taken down with this empire. Like, this empire could just decline with dignity, right? It could just decline and withdraw from the world a little bit, decline with dignity. Or it can lash out at everyone else. We can start World War III with Russia. We can drop a nuke on Iran. We can start a new proxy war over Taiwan. Like, and totally initiate this, like, totally, absolutely cataclysmic global conflict. Or we can go kicking and screaming into oblivion. Something tells me the United States of America and its proxies, such as Israel, are not going to go gently into that good night, as the poem goes. They're not going to go gently into that good night. We're already getting into the heavy stuff, folks. This is getting way too heavy. Right off the bat. The only thing that's going to change is the people that are serviced by capital. The need to feel comfortable, to feel guilt-free is going to continually getting smaller and smaller to the levels of power will not reflect that. They're going to continue getting theirs. I mean, that's one of the ultimate ironies, right, Marty? Is that like the whole like Bernie Sanders program just like going back to kind of like a New Deal economic policy that kept all that violent imperialism in place, kept the hegemony in place, and kept on funneling weapons to the people that need it and money to the people that need it, with a few little concessions. That would probably like placate the entire next generation. Like, look how unused to just getting scraps from the table people are. You could placate an entire generation of Americans with like debt relief, healthcare, you know, housing, transit, like all the things that we kind of talk about sometimes, while still mostly keeping the machine running, you know? But it's like, no, we don't want to do that either. We'll just take barbarism, actually. If they handed Bernie the win, they could have kicked this can down the road for at least 2 decades. Seriously. And they wouldn't have felt any of that, any of the effects of it. They're wealthy and powerful. They would have been fine. That's the ultimate irony. It's like this suicide mission. They refuse even that. It's like, we would rather have just widespread chaos and suffering, actually. That makes everything less stable even for us. The only reason the New Deal worked before is because there was a Soviet Union and movements locally to force it. Yeah, well, that's the thing. And now there is a rising challenge to American economic superiority. But the local movements have been purged and destroyed for decades and are only kind of now just starting to sort of get back on their feet. I've actually been thinking about the last few days. I keep coming back to it in general too, that what they're doing isn't even pragmatic from a cold-blooded, selfish point of view in the long term. No, it doesn't make sense. It's psychopathic. Like, it really is. They have a death wish. It's a death cult. They're like, no, we choose the path of chaos and misery, which makes things way more difficult for us. We choose the path of just total fucking chaos. They're consumed by the impulse to keep profit increasing. They literally don't exist as full human beings, just slaves to the imperatives of capital. No chance they'd ever consider any kind of concession. That's it. They believe in making the numbers going up like a religion. That's their religion, you know? That is their religion. And any threat to that, but on a quarter by quarter basis, that's the thing. They're not just wedded to the market and capital, but only by this quarter by quarter basis. And it's not like we can take a little bit of a hit to have long-term profits. Not even that. We can't even do that.
To talk you through all this.
Sup?
We can't even do that, because that would mean the quarter going down a little bit, even if it's going to go up higher later. Squatch, thank you for 40 months of Tier 2 and for all the support over the years. Squatch Drew, thanks. Very much appreciated. We're already off and running today into the real heavy shit. It's an incredibly unenthusiastic sup. See any good movies this week? Yeah, I saw a bunch actually. I watched some old classics.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
1 year already? What did you get for me?
Dabo, thanks for the 1 year of Prime. I got you a brand new 12-month, 1 year TRRS sub badge, Dabo. Congratulations. And you're welcome for that. And thank you again for the 12 entire months of Prime. The Canada team, men's team, basketball team is looking very good. They're looking very, very good from what I've seen. And yes, Olympics, very problematic in many ways. Yes, nationalism, very bad in a number of ways. But I'm cheering for the boys. I think you're allowed to do that. I think you're allowed to appreciate the boys and the hard work that they've put in. I think I don't know, I had something else and it might be gone. Oh, movies. Yes. Let's be frank, sports is good. It is good. It is good. Just because a lot of bad people like it doesn't mean that the sports are bad themselves. It's our society and our economy that's bad. The sports themselves are very good. The interview with the Vampire Show is great. I saw you mention it in a stream a few days ago. I really liked it a lot. I just finished season 2, had a very solid ending. I really like it, yeah. As I've talked about, a big Bogosian head. Blurp blurp, thanks for the $6.90. Thank you.
Palestine's speech during the Security Council meeting yesterday was really good.
Thank you, blurp blurp. Very kind of you. Maybe we can check that out. I think it's credible that Turkey sent an actual hitman to their shooting competition. For sure, yeah. And I was seeing I was like, one of the Twitter users was saying like, you know, this guy is just like an uncle that just sits like outside of cafes all day. drinking coffee. Yeah, I love Bogosian Waldo's. He's fantastic in that. And okay, so movies. I saw Twisters, and it was enjoyable. I think the hype was maybe a little bit ironic. Some of the word of mouth that Twisters was getting. I liked it. It's a totally. I told you I'm a little like not very excited about these like 30 years too late sequels. And Twister is a very good movie, the original. Like it's not a masterpiece or a great work of art or anything, but it's a really, really good for what it does. Twisters, totally fine, serviceable. I don't think it's quite on the same level. Glenn Powell, they're trying to turn Glenn Powell into the new guy. They're giving him a big push. Glenn Powell's getting a big push right now. They're trying to get him over as a A-lister. It's fine. I didn't love it, but it's totally enjoyable. Totally enjoyable to watch. Last night I watched the new Quiet Place movie, Day One. That was alright too. Glenn Powell is no Bill Paxton. No, he's not. Maybe he can do with some interesting stuff eventually in his career. Like maybe Glenn Powell's an okay actor. I've only ever seen him be like kind of an all-American kind of action guy. So I don't know. He's a little bit generic. The Quiet Place movie was all right. Justin Rob hates the new Twister, doesn't believe the hype. This is going to make the headlines. This is going to make all the gossip blog headlines. The thrashing. The epic thrashing I'm giving this film. Well, the CIA Jim isn't in this one Cinnamon Challenge. He did the first two, but this one also just okay. I don't know. Even though I don't really like Office Jim, CIA Jim. I kind of enjoyed that first film. Rob slams the new Twisters movie. Isn't as good as the original. Glenn Powell is no Bill Paxton. Scintillating. Absolutely scintillating. Yeah, it was okay. It was fine. I don't know. I was mentioning this on the podcast the other day, like this whole alien species that just apparently is just totally can't be killed by like massive bombs that get dropped on it for the United States government, and they can't see or smell, and all they can do is hear really good. I feel like that wouldn't be that big of a deal. I feel like we could figure that out pretty quickly, you know? Like there's scenes in the movie and they're effective, like tension, you know, suspenseful scenes, but like where someone's just like, and this fucking creature is like right there, like 2 inches away from their face. And I'm just sitting there going like, oh, so they can't smell at all. They can't tell that even if someone's being quiet, a human who's still breathing, and they're fucking right there, and they just don't know at all. You know? I don't know about that. Or feel heat or smell. Just that's the only thing that they can do is hear really good. Bust out the LRAD. Yeah, and lo and behold, that's basically the, like, I don't want to spoil it, but lo and behold, they do eventually come to the conclusion, hey, if we make like a really loud, annoying sound, this like kind of fucks with them. It's like, really? You just figured that out now. You're just realizing that now. So you know what I mean? They're kind of, the movies are effective. They're a little bit scary. They're kind of like suspenseful. I don't hate it. The first one has kind of like this whole family dynamic, which I think works pretty well. This one takes place in New York City, and it's like the whole business starts. But I think they're kind of mid, these films. I had just watched Alien and Aliens again as well, where you have this really cool creature and this really cool, like, well thought out original life cycle of this creature and all the different stages that it has. And then in these, it's just like, oh, you're making a loud sound. I'm going to come get you. Oh, I'm going to come get you. Oh, he stopped doing a sound. What? Where? I'm so confused. What's going on? What's happening? Where did they go? Where did they go? They're gone now. They disappeared. You know? It's like, this is the big scary creature. Come on. How are we feeling about Alien Romulus? I'm going to give it a chance. I'm definitely going to go see it. I really don't know much about it. And I'm just going to go in with very little information about what it is. Rob silences the hype on A Quiet Place Day 1. Wow. Yeah, no object from its head has aliens. You know? Marty, I'm not even dignifying that with a response. The aliens in Quiet Place are like my grumpy ass old neighbor. Hey, knock it off! Knock it off over there! Some wild comments here. Wild comments in the chat that I'm not going to respond to. Well, that's the thing. I don't think Ridley Scott, Diego, I don't think Ridley Scott is connected to this new film at all. I heard that there was a series as well. I thought there was a Alien series coming as well. I don't know if that's been on hold. It was like the creators of Fargo were doing that. That I was kind of interested in. I think one of the issues is, as much as I love the Alien films, especially Alien and Aliens, which are just two of the very best movies ever made in any genre, part of the reason that makes them so good is because how they surprise you, or they surprise people at the time. And they're so iconic that it's like, it's really hard to like make a new film in that kind of universe and keep that same feeling. And I think Prometheus tried to do that, in my view, with very little effect. Because all the things they were trying to innovate and make different and interesting, I thought were bad and dumb. So that's really kind of the issue. I don't doubt, like, I'm sure if someone, depending on who's handling it, Romulus might be really cool, but you can't put that toothpaste back in the tube of like of seeing that creature for the first time and seeing that like life cycle play out for the first time. You can't just like undo that. What if aliens were allergic to water? They didn't know Earth was full of it before invading. What if they didn't know about microbes and they didn't realize Earth was full of them before invading? Yeah, I guess so. And listen, sometimes you get these kind of stories, and if they're handled well, and if it's creative and original, you don't really mind, do you? I do think, like, when you're talking about Signs, that is one of the things that makes Signs not hold up as much. The first, like, 3/4 of Signs are some of the best shit ever, some of the best science fiction ever. And then I think when it gets into that whole ending, it kind of makes you go, a little bit. Here's a radical idea. Not everything needs to be an eternal franchise. I totally agree, Barfcast. Like, I would probably rather they just re-released Alien and Aliens in the movie theater than made a new film. But maybe it's going to be all right. My dad saw Alien in theaters when it came out, and I would have loved to see his reaction to seeing the xenomorph. Yeah, I mean, that must have been so cool. I mean, there must be people that have never seen that movie and have never heard of these films now, that there must be Alien reaction videos now. Those must be fun. I always really like watching reaction videos to crazy moments like that. Like the Red Wedding reaction videos. I love those. When you see someone just get totally traumatized in real time. I wonder if there's Alien reaction videos. I remember liking Stargate. I believe I read the novelization of Stargate back in the day. I will see Romulus, though. I hope that it's good. There's a lot of first time watching Alien reactions, actually. This one's just 4 days old.
This video is brought to you by Mando. Their products are revolutionary in personal care, offering up to 72 hours of odor control. Seriously, I love them. More on them after the reaction.
Citizens of the his like running ability, and yeah, maybe getting psyched up, but that was just a funny way to do it.
Music can hold
And
off
not,
on it.
yeah.
Well, it's an interesting combination of elements, making him a tough little son of a bitch.
And you let him in.
I was obeying a direct order, remember?
Walk in the park. We fix something, we stay fixed, don't we, Brent, baby?
And everything was then totally fine. They escaped.
Something bad's gonna happen.
No, nothing bad.
That definitely is gonna happen.
Maybe they do make it back. I don't like not this quickly.
Nothing bad is going to happen.
How are you doing?
I don't trust these. Okay.
You remember anything about the planet?
What's the last thing you do remember?
I remember some horrible dream about smothering. Anyway, where are we?
Right here.
We're on our way home.
Yeah, back to the old freezerinos.
Kane's obviously fine.
We're too happy. I don't trust it.
Yeah.
I feel like something bad's gonna happen.
You just know what it's made of.
Veronica Cartwright.
No, man. I don't want to talk about what it's made of.
Oh, he's dying. He's choking.
Oh.
We're gonna vomit. I don't like it.
Nope.
Food ain't that bad, baby.
What if he barfs up like the thing, like a testicle? I mean, a tentacle.
A testicle.
I meant to say tentacle, and I said testicle.
Dude, Jesus. What is happening? What's happening?
Okay, what's going on here? Oh God.
It's really bad.
What is going on?
So
What's
gross.
happening?
Oh my God. What's going on?
Some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Left flag vet sex for the raid. That's a funny time to raid in. Thank you for the raid, Marcus. Hello, welcome. It's me, Rob. I was just watching a reaction to Alien. I don't know why. We were talking about Alien, and I was wondering if there's Alien reaction videos. How was the Left Flank Vets stream today? I hope it was all right. We should watch a reaction to the scene in The Thing where the guy's arms. That was like my favorite TRRS movie night ever. Seeing people react to that scene just over Discord chat was like so fucking funny. I was having the best time at that. I'm Rob, though. Hello. If you're just raiding in, you don't follow the channel already, and you're not familiar with me, my name's Rob Rousseau. I'm do this show every single day from at noon Eastern to 12 Eastern to 4 p.m. around Eastern Standard Time. We talk about the news. We talk about politics. We talk about pop culture. All kinds of very good stuff. He streams every single day. Exactly. Every single day. No terms, no conditions. No matter what's going on in the world, no matter what's going on in my life, you know that every single day you can count on me, and you're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. No matter what. It's me and you, chat. It's me and you. Forever. All right, and that's a goddamn promise. But smash the follow button if you haven't already. Much like the alien from Alien, Rob is a really cool, well-designed creature with an interesting life cycle. Yeah. Perfect organism. He gets to be 40 years old and his knees get all creaky. That's one of my crazy biological advantages that I have. My knees get all fucked up. Rob can burst through me any day. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my. You may not like it, but Rob is what peak performance looks like. Thank you, St. Lotus.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Don't let Rob in the Olympics.
Human person, thanks for the 30 months. Very much appreciate it. And I want to talk about, like, this is actually a good segue to get into the Olympic stuff that's going on, the, like, trans-panic Olympic stuff that's going on right now. And we're seeing the inevitable result of the fucking trans-panic right now, where cis women are now being, like, called men and having massive, like, outrage campaigns driven towards them because of their slightly elevated, like, testosterone levels and this kind of stuff. I see the chats when he reads. The last one was pretty wild. Okay? Isn't there also China panic with the Chinese athlete beating a swimming record? I'm sure there is. I'm sure that what I'm seeing is a lot of sore losers. I'm seeing a lot of skill issues. Anyway, here, let's just watch the rest of this people reacting to this scene. I do find it does strain belief that they haven't seen this scene, but they seem pretty ignorant of it.
Oh, God. Okay, what's going on here?
It's really upsetting. Like, it's genuinely upsetting still, this scene, even if you know what's going to happen.
What is going on? What's happening?
Oh, my God. What's going on? Oh, my God.
Whoa! What the hell was that? What was that?
What?
What the f was that?
You better run and get your back. Oh, God! Oh, my God!
I don't think it strains credibility. I think for our generation, like, of course you've seen Alien and you've seen Spaceballs and you've seen it get parodied all this way, but I think for younger people, like, maybe it's just one they haven't seen, you know? It's not quite, doesn't have quite the same, like, cultural hold that it maybe once did. We're boomers now, exactly.
No, don't touch it! Don't touch it!
There's Ash protecting it from moment one.
What the fuck? You just ran away!
Yeah, the practical effects, the real reactions. Yeah, I love that. The actors are just like, what the fuck? Yeah, the scampering away bit is a little funny or comical, Sean. But the whole scene though works, and John Hurt sells it, and all the actors just sell it. Like it's the actors before there's any effects happening at all. Like the whole chest bursting scene, the actors absolutely sell how nightmarish and horrifying that is. You know? And that's a testament to the director, that's a testament to the actors that are there. Like, that shows how important that is, before there's any special effect happening at all. That's a good point, too. It's never that clear. You can even see the wire, actually, when it comes out of him. Originally, you can see there's a little wire animating it. The actors weren't aware of what was going to happen, so the rumor goes, yeah, I have heard that. Like, it was in the script, though, so I imagine the actors had a general idea of what was going to happen, but I don't think they had rehearsed the scene with the effect and everything. Like, unless they just totally kept the actors in the dark about it, which just seems like it would be difficult. Or I think maybe, if I recall correctly, in the script, it's like very kind of ambiguous. It doesn't go into great detail about what happens. How about when they set up the busted android? Yeah, I love that, though. I love that shit. What a great effect that is. With the cum squibs, that's right. Yeah. Just leaking cum out of everywhere. You know, we've all been there. We've all been there, folks. We're all adults here. You know? That's what happens when you get the Pearl badge. Yeah. It's Pearl. Troy just had a goon session. He'd been edging a little bit too long, okay? He'd been edging just a little bit too long, you know? It happens. That's what happened with the first Blair Witch. Too bad the actors couldn't catch on camera the stuff they allegedly saw in the woods. Yeah, I mean, the way that was employed in Blair Witch, that's exactly what makes Blair Witch so terrifying. I read it recently, too, that the actors didn't get residuals for that movie, which is insane because it made so much money. And I don't think the actors made very much money from that film. And they didn't really go on to have meaningful careers in Hollywood or anything either. Okay. So should we maybe talk about this Olympic stuff right now? Of course, J.K. Rowling's getting involved. And so this is before we get into this Olympic situation. Is this a good title? Here's what I want to say before we even get into this conversation. So this all centers about this woman. She lost her match. She got her ass kicked in her boxing match today. Italy's Angelina Carini, after lasting just 46 seconds against Algeria's intersex athlete Imani Khelef, biological firestorm at the Paris Olympics. Now, folks, correct me if I'm wrong, but this athlete that they're talking about isn't even intersex. Like, they don't. This is a situation where there's been this panic about like trans women in sports now, and it's like they're reaching to justify it. So they're describing this athlete as intersex. If please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe this athlete is even intersex. This is a female athlete that has a condition where she has elevated testosterone levels and has XY chromosomes. Right? And that's it. So maybe someone can tell me if that's an accurate description at all. But this is like a female athlete. It's a cisgender woman who has a higher T count than most women, kind of like how Wemby has a height advantage. Well, this is what it comes down to, right? Yeah, an Olympic athlete with unusual genetics, like Michael Phelps, you know? Like every athlete that has these unique genetic advantages, no evidence of elevated T either. That has these unique genetic advantages. And people are now just freaking out about this fact. Like this is what separates professional athletes from people that aren't able to be professional athletes. Like what I was saying. Like you know who has an unfair advantage? LeBron James. How has LeBron James been playing for basketball for 20 years and is still in peak physical condition, and is like 6'8" and 260 pounds or whatever it is? Why is that? That's not fair. That's not fair that this guy can play basketball, or Victor Wembanyama, who's like 7'4", or Kawhi Leonard that has these like gigantic fucking hands and arms that make him really good at playing defense. Like what? That's not fair. Well, that's not fair to me. That's not fair to me. What we got to do is go into the NBA and ban all of these athletes that have these unfair genetic advantages, because that makes it not fair. And you should have an NBA for like unathletic, schlubby, 6 foot tall guys like me. Right? It's not fair. It's not fair that these athletes have the ability to do these things and I don't have it. So get them out of here. Get them out of there. They're banned. And for people who miss 1950s basketball, exactly. Like that's ultimately what this comes down to. And like now it's like this lady got punched twice in a boxing match and immediately just quits and starts crying about how it's not fair. And now there's this whole like infrastructure that's out there, and then referring to this female athlete that she lost to as a man, being like, this is a man. A man has been allowed to compete in this sport. And they're like just referring to this woman, assigned female at birth, as just a man, and saying like this is just a man joining this woman's sport. And it's like this is like has always been the outcome of these kinds of panics. An Olympic boxer that calls it after 2 hits. Like, listen, I'm sure it wasn't nice to get punched in the face, but if you don't want to get punched in the face, don't become a boxer, I guess. You know? And if you don't want to get punched in the face really hard by really strong and athletic people, don't go to the fucking Olympics to box. Because you're going to be boxing with people that are really strong and really good at boxing. Like, what is the issue here? And they're trying to turn it into some big controversy. I don't know boxing. Are people really hitting each other in there? Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? I can't believe this. I went to this Olympic boxing match and you could believe I got punched in the face by a really strong person? Call the police. Call the police immediately. This is not fair. This is what I mean. Sports is dominated by people that have genetic advantages. Like, that's just the reality. But now because there's this trans panic going on, now you can just take this woman who's fucking doing well in the sport that she wants to participate in and saying it's like illegitimate. And you have all these like conservative reactionary freaks just out there misgendering her, calling her a man. Manufactured moral panic, also a textbook example of how transphobia hurts cis women as well. Like, look at what, of course, you know who's weighing in on this. You know the first fucking thing. Could any picture, says Joanne, a trans, anti-trans influencer, J.K. Rowling. That's the only way you can even describe her. This is all she does. She's not an author. She's not a creative person. She doesn't do anything. This is all she ever does. She's an anti-trans influencer and commentator. That's her entire job. Could any picture sum up our new men's rights movement better? The smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment, enjoying the distress of a woman he's just punched in the head, and whose life's ambition he's just shattered. Like, again, it's a female boxer that has a genetic advantage. This whole idea that people that have genetic advantages need to just not ever participate in sports is not applied to anyone else. It's certainly not applied to like anyone else in any other sport that has genetic advantages. First time ambitions have been shattered in the Olympics. Like, this, again, you're a boxer. You're going to box really tough and strong people that are good at boxing in the Olympics. I'm sorry that you lost. Or there's all these female like swimmers or skateboarders or whatever that like finished 17th in some competition that a trans girl was in, that have made it their whole identity now because they lost. They've lost in a legitimate sporting thing. And this now they just become like anti-trans influencers. It's just so bizarre to me to freak out over the fact that you fought someone big and tough and strong in the world-class boxing competition that you've voluntarily entered. So J.K. Rowling in the initial tweet is just totally misgendering this boxer, referring to her as a man. And then you can see two tweets later, someone with a DSD cannot help the way they were born, but they can choose not to cheat. They can choose not to take medals from women. They can choose not to cause injury. It says a woman has been punched by a biological male. I'm sure Algeria, the country where homosexuality is illegal, sent a trans women to the Olympics. And of course, you have these absolute psychos. This the very idea that any of these people that have like made this their big issue like actually care about women's sports to begin with. Yeah, the calipers come out, exactly. Let's start measuring the skull and the Adam's apple and whatever else. It's so psychotic. When they get the lines and circles out. Yeah. And this is all her replies are just like all people posting the most vile shit. The turf to phrenology pipeline. I mean, again, this is what I mean. You know? It's not fair. It's not fair that people in professional sports have genetic advantages. Like, I'm sorry. Like I said, I thought I was going to grow up to be 6'7" and I was going to play in the NBA. Okay, that was when I was in like 8th grade, that's what I was kind of hoping I was going to be able to do. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way. But like, you don't see me turning into some kind of political issue. We need to ban every single person that has genetic advantages. That's what makes professional athletes professional athletes. I settled for dunking on Twitter. That's right. Yeah, and Michael Phelps is the perfect example. Ban Michael Phelps. His heart is too big. His lungs are too big. His hands are too big. It's not fair. He's got a genetic advantage. And then you're getting into this like blood quantum shit about like testosterone levels and chromosomes. Even for people that are born women and have lived as women their entire lives. He's too good at water, but ban him. Get him out of here. Just it seems like a skill issue. If you don't want to fight people that have that are bigger and stronger than you, don't become an Olympic boxer. Like that's the easiest possible thing. And this whole thing, it's like you want a participation trophy. You want a participation. My Olympic dreams have been shattered. Like no one owes you anything. You're not like, what about this other boxer? Does she have Olympic dreams? Can she just not ever participate in sports now? Because she has a different genetic advantage. So she can't have Olympic dreams. Anyway, this is her. This is her growing up. She's been a woman her whole life. Is she allowed to have Olympic dreams, or does her Olympic dreams have to get shattered because there's one woman that feels bad because she lost? Phelps' Waterworld build. It's not fair. It's not fair. Like, what are we doing here? It's so ridiculous. Dreams are only for mediocre white fascists. Yeah, like Q Anthony has once been pointing this out on Twitter. Like, this is one, if you follow like females, if you actually do pay attention to like female combat sports, you'll see that a lot of women boxers are just kind of like this. For all the people getting out there fucking circles and magnifying glasses and freaking the fuck out and like measuring this like blood quantum. Her fist was too fast, it's illegal. Yeah, anyone they don't approve of must be made invisible. That's what it comes down to, right? And then it gets into the whole like bathroom argument as well. It's like, no, you just need to use the bathroom for the sex you were assigned as. They don't want that. They don't want a trans woman to go walking into the men's bathroom. They don't want that either. They certainly don't want like trans men with beards going into the female changing room. They don't want that either. They just want those trans people to just not use public facilities at all. Just stay home. Just be invisible. Stay home. Stop being in your community. Stop doing sports. Stop doing anything that like makes you happy or makes you feel good about yourself. They just want you to not exist. That's what it comes down to. Change the rules so only I win. That's it. This is a good point too. Up the Reds. Amazing that these freaks want fairness. Until we start looking at things like equity and housing and economic access, then it's like pure social Darwinism, right? Then it's just pure social Darwinism. However you can get ahead. Whoever's the alpha, whatever it is. It's just really fucking bizarre and pathetic, honestly. Whatever results in undesirables being invisible. Italian lady had the same reaction taking a punch to the face that a 5'8" guy would have if Wemby dunked on him. Just bounced out of there quick when a superior athlete showed them up. It's like, that's what it comes down to. Oh, it's not fair. These genetic advantages that they have. Like, what? Like, then don't be a professional athlete. What the fuck? Whoa, we had Spud Webb. No, but Spud Webb had unnatural genetic fast twitch muscle fibers though in his calves that made him jump really high, so he's also gone as well. Sorry, no, he's also gone as well. He may have been 5'7". He could jump super high though. It was unnatural. You shouldn't be allowed to jump that high. You should not be allowed to jump that high. It's an unfair genetic advantage. I know he could dunk. He won the dunk contest. He was a fucking great dunker. Unless you're 100% dead average, you don't get to play. That's right. Exactly. Like, let's just put limits in like how much you can weigh and how tall you can be and how high you can jump. And let's just have professional sports just be the most average people. And that's going to be really exciting and fun for everybody to watch. No exceptional people in my professional sports. That's what it comes down to. Obviously, we got to ban people that can jump high from the high jump. That takes opportunities away from me. I can't jump that high. I should be an Olympic high jumper as well. What about my Olympic dreams? One who reads. Did anyone ever think about my Olympic dreams? Well, my Olympic dream is to be a high jumper, and I have due to an unfair genetic advantage, all these high jumpers can jump super fucking high, and it's not fair. It's bullshit. I personally would like to watch the NBA Celebrity Game for a whole season. Yeah, I would probably watch it too, honestly. But I don't think we should get rid of the actual NBA. Because that's ultimately what we're talking about. If we would ban women, I'm just trying to find her name. Khalif, the Algerian woman. Like, if we're gonna ban women that have this condition, so they just can't participate in sports. That's ultimately what it comes down to. They're just not allowed to participate in sports because it's not fair. Perhaps banning women from sport entirely is actually the goal here. Well, again, one who reads, like we've talked about, the very people that are making this into such a huge controversy do not fucking care about women's sports. They don't watch women's sports. They don't care about like high school women's swim meets or Olympic boxing. They don't fucking give a shit, except it as an excuse to engage in this bizarre moral panic over trans people existing. I'm reading the statements from Carini, the Italian boxer, who seems to be taking a neutral position, not blaming anyone, just saying she had to quit because of nose pain. Not sure what to make of it. I don't know, because the comment that I saw from her was saying like, I'll let the judges decide. So she was, I think, kind of trying to a little bit take the high road, but was also saying in no uncertain terms, like, the judges have to look at this. This is not cool. Anyway, this whole thing has been frustrating to me, seeing this play out, and then seeing it's just so fucking cruel. Just everyone like immediately misgendering this woman, like immediately just being like, there's a man just like attacking women in the Olympics, thinks it's totally okay, and this whole obsession with like genetic differences and unfair genetic advantages. How if you applied that evenly, would just completely destroy all sports. Make the Olympics like jury duty. You get drafted randomly to represent your country in some sport. You get like a 2 weeks head start to figure it out before competition. And see, I would watch that. I would. What you've just described sounds very entertaining. I would be happy to watch that. But I don't think we should ban athletic people from doing sports at the same time. You know, we can have a separate event for the normies. I think that would be probably pretty fun. I don't know, just get better at boxing. If you don't want to get punched in the face by big and strong people, don't become an Olympic boxer. Like, what do you want? What do you want? Just go complaining to the fucking judges and the refs because you got punched in your boxing match that you voluntarily trained for and signed up for. I don't know much about sports, but this was boxing. Boxing where they're already divided into weight groups. So if they're both in the same weight group, what's the whining about? The whining is about this woman who has an XY chromosome. And it just makes it not fair. She's just too strong because of the chromosome. I guess. % of the population just should not be allowed to participate in sports. That's what it comes down to. It's to harass and terrorize women out of the public eye. I don't know. I just find it really stupid.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's a good question, Wes. I don't like. Has the XY chromosome been confirmed? I thought it had, but I could be mistaken. Like, I know she was banned from international competition, but not by the Olympic Committee. Part Ian, thanks for the 35 months. One more month until the 36th 3-year Shimmering Pearl sub badge. They just said she didn't meet their parameters. She was banned for elevated testosterone and not chromosomes. And that's still just like a totally something that can't be helped. That's just how she was born. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't even want to look at all the hand wringing and freakouts over it. Banned for not smiling enough. The message is, if you diverge in any way from whatever norm we set, you'll be hounded relentlessly. That's right. And that's ultimately what makes it a fascist ideology. Because it's like dividing people and punishing people who are born outside of any, or who are born outside of any this, what we've determined to be genetically and socially and culturally normal. And anything beyond that, we want to punish people for it. Your testosterone or estrogen levels, you know, your gender, whether you're gay or straight. We have a very specific idea of what it means to be a normal person. And if you're anywhere outside that very rigid parameter in how you're born or how you live your life, you're out. So what are you supposed to do if you're a woman with elevated testosterone compared to the average? They literally want you to compete with men. No, they don't want. They don't want that at all. They want them to just not do sports, not be part of sports. That's what they want. Saw this tweet. Transphobes realize the weakness of their position. Trans women aren't destroying elite sport because there are essentially none competing in it. So decided to invent some instead. For sure, this is a situation where they've invented this non-existent issue, and now they're trying to like shoehorn this person into being the avatar for this like this panic that they've created basically out of whole cloth. Anyway, just one more painful, embarrassing display to see. Yeah, they banned an African runner for it a few years ago as well. Yeah, it's been picking up steam for this exact reason. Yeah, look at this. Thank you, Sean. Look at this. Call the fucking sport police. What is this? What is this? You got Yuki Togashi, and by the way, Japan almost pulled off that upset as well, which would have been really crazy. They gave up a 4-point play with like 10 seconds left to tie the game. They were really close to winning that game. And there's Victor Wembanyama. He's like 7'4". This isn't fair. What is this? Ban this guy. He's got an unfair genetic advantage. This is not fair. Oh, sorry, that was not Sean, was it? Who was that? Jay, okay. Okay, Jay. I'll begrudgingly hand it to you on this one. It is a crazy pick. Or like you can look back at the pictures of like Manute Bol from the 80s. This man is very tall. Yao Ming, he's like 7'7". Ban this guy. It's only fair to ban Sean Mead. It's true. Sean Mead got credit for sending a post that he didn't send, and there's just no way to deal with that other than a lifetime ban. There's just no other way to deal with that. Something that he had absolutely nothing to do with. Ban the big athletic people from athletics. This is what it comes down to. This is what it comes down to. Let's get all the big, strong, athletic people out of professional sports. It's not fair. It's not fair to the rest of us. I mean, that's the ultimate sign of a reactionary ideology as well, where it's just like, how is this taking away from me? You know, I'm somehow losing from this. I'm losing rights. My dreams of being an NBA player were crushed, folks. I had a childhood dream. An innocent childhood dream of playing in the NBA, and it was crushed and cruelly ripped away from me by NBA players that have unfair genetic advantages. They're like 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", 6'10". They're huge. They can jump really high. They're really fast. They don't get tired easily. It's not fair. What happened to my NBA dream? Yeah, I'm starting a class action lawsuit against the NBA. I do want in. With Giannis Antetokounmpo. They call him the Greek freak. He's not normal. His arms are super fucking long. It's not cool. What about the rights of all the people that have normal sized arms? Okay, so people that have normal sized arms just have to give up on their dreams of being a professional athlete now. Negative wingspans only. Anyway, it's just frustrating, and I think it's a stupid argument. This freak out over unfair genetic advantages in the goddamn Olympics. Is there any way I can be retroactively given a silver or bronze medal for the high jump? I think so. I think if we get this class action lawsuit going, I think I should get an NBA championship ring. Because we don't know that if I had entered the NBA in the year 2001 or 2 after I finished high school or my first year of college, we don't know that I wouldn't have won an NBA championship sometime in the preceding 10 years. It's impossible to tell, unfortunately, because my beautiful basketball dream was taken away from me. So I think it's only fair to retroactively give me an NBA championship ring. I don't see what the problem is. Hello, Poloco. The potential damages are unlimited. Thank you. Well, drippy shits, I don't know if that's true, though, because it's not about classification. It's you say it seems to be about classification, not the ability, but it's not true because this woman got punched twice and then immediately quit and then immediately started talking to the refs. Like, the classification is the Olympics. They have an IOC, they have an Olympic committee that determines this, whether she's eligible to compete. And they determined that she was. And they don't decide that after the Olympics starts. You decide it before. They have people making this determination. They decided months ago she was eligible to participate in the sport. She did. And they are both women. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Brock Lesnar is a freak, and I'm sure all these guys are on performance-enhancing drugs anyways. Anyway, just like a really dumb and annoying outrage cycle. According to AP, the competitor did not complain. Fucking J.K. Rowling. I don't know. This sounds like a complaint to me. Like, no matter how the AP described it, this sounds like a complaint to me. She says, I have never been hit so hard in my life. It's up to the IOC to judge. What does the IOC have to judge? That's what I don't understand. Yeah, you got hit hard in your boxing match that you signed up for. What does the IOC has to judge? What do they have to do? Oh, you got hit too hard? It was illegally hard? It was an illegally hard punch in boxing? I don't know. The IOC has already tested this woman and cleared her to compete. What is the issue? Yeah, Bleep Lord, it seems like kind of a way to get around making that accusation. She illegally lost. She's got to be given gold. Exactly. Give her an honorary gold medal because she got punched too hard. Stupid. The puck came at the net really fast. None of the people I previously defeated to get to this point hit me as hard as my latest competitor. Like, okay. Yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. I didn't think they'd punch me in the face coming from a member of the punch people in the face party. That's right. I thought I was going to get maybe punched in the face, but not like that, though. That was too much. Call the police. Call the sports police. Yeah, it's an Olympic level punch. You're at the Olympics. This is all about a woman who has won less than 9% of her fights by KO. It's insane. It's like saying you got hit too hard in a pillow fight. Yeah, like maybe you might be able to make some kind of case if this woman has just been like carving some kind of path of destruction through the sport of women's boxing, which I'm sure all these people were watching diligently. That hasn't even happened, though. It's literally just a female athlete who's big and strong. Where is this athlete from? A country perhaps famously known for its flopping and play acting athletes? Yes. Stupid. Really stupid. Anyway, like, I'm going to move on from talking about the Olympics. I would like, because, you know, I have a limited span of time and there's plenty more to get to. I would like to talk a little bit about Venezuela as well, coming up. Getting punched in boxing at the Olympics and immediately doing, hey, come on, I'm just a little guy. No, yeah, it's like... Well, and this commenter as well makes a point. Conservatives falling backwards into the stance that being born with a vagina doesn't determine your gender. That's it. Like, I thought it was like I thought your genitals at your birth are the thing that determine whether you're a woman or not, or a man. That's what these people have repeatedly said. And they're like, well, actually, no. Actually, not so much. Apparently, you can be born with female reproductive organs, but still be a man, according to these exact people. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? It's reverse wokeism. They got themselves some kind of woke boomerang. Diving behind the ref after the first time he got punched. Yeah, it's like the wrestling heel thing. Ooh, I got punched in the face in my boxing match. You know what? I hate getting punched in the face. I would really not like to be punched in the face by anybody. I don't like fighting. I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to have my nose broken. I don't want to have a black eye. I don't want to have my teeth knocked out. So you know what I do? I simply don't become a professional boxer then. You know? That's my main way that I counter that. I don't box professionally. And that's how I avoid getting punched in the face in a way that makes my face hurt and makes me sad. He refuses to rank Rob for this reason. Exactly. It's unfair. Can't stress enough how much I would get my fucking ass kicked, by the way. If I was like, I'm a man, I'll show you, you wokes. I'm going to identify as a female and then join the WBA. I would get my ass handed to me instantly, like so quickly. This idea, like I would just walk right in there. I would just walk right in there and just try and just dominate the whole sport. No, I would not. Nor would I in the WNBA either. And all these like female sports defenders, that's what they all secretly think as well. Oh, I could play in the WNBA. I'd score 30 a game. No, you would not. You would get repeatedly threes shot in your eyeball until you cried. It's laying on the court, glasses crooked, getting stepped over for sure. That's exactly what would happen. Even when I was 20 and in really good shape and playing a lot of basketball. I don't think I would see the bench in a WNBA team. Can't stress enough how much I would get my ass kicked at any of these sports. I'm trying to back down Brittany Griner in the post. I would just be humiliated. I would just be absolutely humiliated instantly. Any argument that regular guys would dominate is defeated by that Olympic rugby clip where a woman catches and slingshots a teammate midair. That is fucking crazy, Norm. The core strength on display in that one clip is like unfathomable to me. It's crazy. Rob will play Hasanabi. You heard it here. Listen, I'm pretty out of shape. You give me like a month or two to get back into game shape. I would beat Hassan. I would beat Hassan in a game of basketball. No problem. No problem. In fact, if the rumors are true, Dave Rubin broke Hassan's ankles. That's in a TYT game back in the day. Dave Rubin broke Hassan's ankles and scored on him. That's the rumor that I've heard. Oh man. I need to get back into hooping. I really do. I've been saying it now. I've been saying it on this stream for multiple years. I have not hooped in so long and I really miss it. Too worried about high level ideas. You should have been worried about sturdy ankles. Exactly. You gotta have that lateral quickness. That's what I have in spades. You see me out there in the defensive stance? Lateral quickness, chat. Unfortunately, Hassan's got an unfair genetic advantage, though. He's like 6'4", so it's not going to work out. If he did score on me, which I don't think would happen, if he did, though, I would immediately complain to the judges and the refs. He's like 5 inches taller than me. That's not fair. It's not fair. It doesn't count. Check his testosterone levels, exactly. It needs to be exactly evenly matched, or it's not fair. I have philateral quickness. Well, I got that too. It's just silly though. It's honestly so silly. I would play against him if there wasn't a genetic advantage, but alas, exactly. I'm gonna have to bow out before it even begins. Just wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be right. It'd be disrespectful to the game. I got punched in my Olympic boxing match. I got punched. I became an Olympic boxer and got punched. Call the police. Please call the police. Jesus. You really need to hit me that hard, please. Anyway, let me take a little interlude, folks. There was a photo going on Twitter of that tall-ass guy on US team compared to a much shorter player on another team. No, we were just looking at that plunger, man. It was Victor Wembanyama, who plays from France, 7'4". He's playing against like a 5'6" Japanese guy. Chad, before I move on here, I'd just like to remind you to please, if you can, subscribe to this program. Okay? I'm trying to get back onto my feet after taking a lot of time off this summer for childcare reasons. So if you can, please support the work that I do here on Twitch by subscribing. Other Twitch streamers have an unfair genetic advantage. They call it being younger. Other Twitch streamers out there, they're like, how old are they? They're like 20, 25, 27. That's unfair. It's unfair that young people are able to be successful and have big platforms and audiences on this channel. When 41-year-old dads, why don't I get the same audience? Why don't I get the same audience here? If I was 27, maybe I would. Then I could use that kind of Zoomer language and it wouldn't come across as bad and lame. They're genetically and chronologically younger. It's not fair. Only elder millennials should be allowed to stream. Thank you. Thank you. Communist Pac-Man, hello. Oh, Steely Dan enjoyers. I'm glad you folks understand my position. So now that we've articulated the ways that it's not fair, that I have to stream on this platform with all these like young people that have larger platforms than me. Now that we've established that,
you can count on me.
You can help.
Have good old Rob to talk you through all.
You can help right this wrong. You can help restore my dream. You can help restore my dream of being a professional Twitch streamer, which has been cruelly snatched away from me, from the Hassans of the world, that are younger and more handsome than me, that have unfair genetic advantages. Bon, thanks for gifting a sub. You can restore my dream by subscribing to this channel. I'm 21 subs away from the goal. I'm climbing out of a deep hole that I've got from taking time off this summer to do childcare. Every little bit helps. Please help support the work that I do.
You can count on me. You're gonna have
subscribe to TRRS.
To talk you through all this.
Screw those Zoomers. This one's for you, champ.
Thank you, Red Wizard. Thanks for the 34 months of Tier 1. Very much appreciated. Thank you for doing the right thing.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bonsai Prince, thanks for the 30 months Tier 1 as well.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Subbing to support a fellow genetically inferior Twitch streamer.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Norm, for the 19 months of Prime. Very much appreciated. We do have a hype train on the way as well, folks. One more sub or gifted sub is going to get there. Halfway to the sub goal. Please help restore my dream, my Twitch streaming dream that has been cruelly snatched away from me.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all
Jay,
this.
I've got it queued up. I've got the video queued up. Well, we can look at it right now. Perfect Speller, thanks for the gifted sub as well. Hell yeah. Rewatching Buzinaz Sermonelli versus Angela Carini from the 2022 World
Dream
Championships. Gwynny, thanks so much for the 34 months Tier 1. Oh, wow. Call the sports police. Call the sports police. She has an unfair genetic advantage. Her ankle just doesn't fold up like that with no... for no reason.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pelicans, thanks for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, Pelicans. I appreciate it. We're 60% of the way through level 2 of this hype train, folks. I'm really only streaming, I think, today and tomorrow this week. And it would be really fantastic to try and get to the good old sub goal this week. It's going to go a long way towards getting me back kind of on my feet here on this platform, which has been totally, cruelly, and unfairly enforced upon me. We're 15 subs away from the goal. Almost at a level 2 of this hype train. Please subscribe if you can. Help support the work that I do on here. You can get all the emotes. You can get all the emotes. All the fantastic TRRS emotes.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They've also started transvestigating Ledecky. Oh, that's great. You can see where this goes, you know? Like, this is just where this exact kind of argument goes. Any woman that's as much as these people claim to care about women's sports, any woman that's like slightly genetically like different from what we envision a woman to be is going to get transvestigated now and called a man and has all these accusations thrown around.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Sam, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Very, very much appreciate that, Sam.
You can count
very
on
kind
me.
of you.
Have good old Rob to,
and thank you, Comrade Bushy, as well for the gifted sub. Thank you, Comrade Bushy.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to
I don't know why we didn't get the batch sub alert, but oh well.
You've just become an elite member.
There we go. There it is.
Friendship Triangle.
There it is.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And thank you, Diego, as well for the gifted sub. Very cool. I appreciate it a lot and all the support. Thank you, Diego. And now we're 20% of the way left to go to get to level 4 of this hype
you can
train.
Count on me. You're going to have good old
Crystal,
Rob
there we go.
To,
there it
talk you
is.
through all this.
Crystal, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. You know I got to support the best propagandist on Twitch. Well, I appreciate that. That's the one thing. As much as a genetic disadvantage I have, I can make that up for being just an absolute shameless propagandist and an anti-American influencer. What I lack in genetics, I can make up for with my hatred of imperialism and the West. Crystal, thanks again for the 2 gifted subs. Only 6 subs to go to get to the goal, folks. Only 6 measly subs to go to get to the goal. What say you? What say you? Can we do it? Can we get there?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Came for the anti-American propaganda, stay for the cool fits.
Thank you, Mistress of Insanity, for 10 months of Tier 1. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate that you're nice to me and say nice things about my clothes and appearance. I need it, okay? I'm a sensitive little guy, and I need all the encouragement that I can get. I'm just a little small bean, as you know. Yes, and thank you, Pelicans. I hope people do listen to the Insurgents podcast. We just did release a new episode yesterday with Jordan and I. Episode 299 of that podcast, which you can listen to at the link right there. And now, folks, we're just a mere 5 subs away from the goal. It's within view, and we're 20 subs away from singing a little song. You know? Could sing a little song. Maybe. You know, not necessarily. But I'm just saying it's possible. I'm telling you there's a chance.
Become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Pac-Man, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Very cool of you, Pac-Man. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Very, very cool. Thank you so much for all the support, folks. I really, really, really appreciate it. U.S. Congress is doing Guaido 2.0. Oh, good. Yeah, it didn't work. It was so successful the first time. They can't do it again. No. We decided the president is. It was St. Lotus. Thank you for sending it to me. We're going to get to this.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
We're going to get to this in a couple minutes. I'm just going to take a little break and then we will talk about Venezuela. And thank you, Bleep Lord, for the 200 bits. Very kind of you. We are 8% of the way to level 5 of this hype train, so not only can you subscribe to this show, and I know we've hit the sub goal, which is absolutely fantastic. It is just basically a guideline. It's not a hard and fast limit to the subs that can happen. And if we get to level 5 of this hype train, we also get emotes. We get some new, special, cool emotes. Maduro is so patient for not putting all these fuckers in jail. It's true, yeah.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
They might as well just... Oh, yeah. Well, that shows how autocratic it is. This autocratic system where you have this, like, foreign-backed opposition, and you have the most powerful people in the largest imperialist empire openly putting their finger on the scale in your democracy, and you just have to sit there and take it. And if you do anything about that, that's autocratic. It's so autocratic to just continue to allow that to happen and still win in spite of that. We'll get to it, though. Okay, we're going to get to Venezuela in a couple minutes. We got plenty to talk about. I'm going to become an autocrat. I should become one, too. I would actually like to be an autocrat. I think society would genuinely be way better if Mistress of Insanity or me or whoever, if you just gave me full autocratic powers, I would simply be autocratic to do the good things instead of the bad things. And I would use my autocratic powers to punish bad people and reward good people. You know? Couldn't be that hard. Give me all the power. I'll transform society for all gooners. Needs to infiltrate the Hojist party. Simply lock up my political adversaries. Well, if they didn't want to be locked up, they shouldn't have been political adversaries. Like, what do you want from me? I'm trying to do good things that help people, and you're sitting here trying to prevent me from doing that? Yeah, sorry. How about jail? How about jail time for you? Guess what? I'm making it illegal to do those things that you want to do. It's illegal now. It's illegal to try and prevent me from doing the good stuff, so you just broke the law. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Oh, for sure comedy is illegal. No, comedy is legal, but if you use comedy to kind of make fun of me or, try to prevent me from doing the good stuff they want to do, that's big time illegal. Big time. Right to jail. Being mean to me is now illegal. That's how it should be. Dictator, I would give regular, slow, and out of shape people a real chance in pro sports. That's what we want in pro sports. We want pro sports to be a bunch of average, schlubby, normal people. And everyone will, then it will be fair and everyone will watch it. We can eliminate all these unfair genetic advantages that people in sports have.
Through all this.
What is this video? Well, 23 seconds. It's a new 100-meter dash record. That's right. I've seen the brick being thrown. I didn't see this mashup, though.
A few moments later.
He did get Hans Mole Man. He got full Hans Mole. You never gonna go full Hans. Never go full Mole Man.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hopefully I didn't interrupt anything important. I subbed while looking at an ad.
Low Observable Goat, thanks for the 35 months of Prime. Very cool, and I appreciate it a lot. 1 month away from the 36-month, 3-year Pearl sub badge.
Hans Mole Man Productions presents Man Getting Hit by Football.
This contest is over. Give that man the $10,000.
This isn't America's Funniest Home.
Okay, am I having like a Mandela effect here? Doesn't he say, "Oh, my groin"? Isn't it man getting hit in groin by football, and then he falls down and says, "Oh, my groin"? Am I having like a Mandela effect? What's going on? What the fuck's going on here? Okay, I'm like dissociating now. I'm fully dissociating now. I believe in the Mandela effect now. Let's get to the bottom of this. Man Getting Hit by Football, also referred to as Football in the Groin, is a short film made by Hans Mole Man Productions. It portrays Mole Man getting hit in the groin with a football, then falling to the ground. Later got a Hollywood remake starring George C. Scott. Several months later, a remake starring George C. Scott was produced. It features the same plot, but with the exception that the main character now proclaims, "Ah, my groin," when the ball hits. Man, I'm so confused right now. I'm so confused.
And the Oscar.
No, but I remember, chat, I remember Hans Mole Man saying, "Oh, my groin." I remember that. I remember that as surely like as a core memory of my early life. I have never been more certain of anything in my life.
And the Oscar goes to...
I've got to win this one. I bribed everyone in Hollywood.
George C. Scott in Man Getting Hit by Football.
My groin!
That is really good, though. You're thinking of the brain one. I'm thinking of the Hans Mole Man brain thing.
No.
This is really funny, too.
I need some more ether. I can still feel the movement of the emery board.
Why is it like
Fresh out,
this?
sir. I'll get some more.
Leave the rag.
Excuse me, Mr. Burns.
Poppin' fresh, you glutinous little doughboy. Oh, there's something I've wanted to do to you for years.
Oh, wow. Mr. Burns.
I love the wet sound of his finger poking him like in the eyeball. That's great sound design.
I was wondering if you'd like to sponsor my bowling team for $500.
Oh, I certainly, Poppin' fresh. I owe my robust physique to your tubes of triple bleached goo.
Woohoo! Hey, everybody! If you want to ask Burns for a favor, now's the time! He's doped up or dying or something!
Excuse me, I'd like to request $17 for a push broom rebristling.
Why, it's that delightful TV leprechaun. I'm going to get your Lucky Charms.
Oh no, my brains.
So you're saying that I got confused, that I think I remember something that I've actually confused with this other scene, and I got these two things mixed up. I think the more likely scenario is that at some point there's been some kind of timeline divergence, and that I began in a certain timeline, and at some point it diverged, and now the thing that I remember is different. That's what I think is the more likely situation here. There's been some kind of timeline divergence, and I think you're gaslighting me for suggesting that that's not what it is. That's, I think, the more likely answer.
Hans Moleman Productions presents Man Getting Hit by Football.
This contest is over. Give that man the $10,000.
Oh, shut up, Homer. No one wants to hear what you think.
We're doing the multiverse now. I think I think this is part of some elaborate plot. I think there's some kind of elaborate plot here. And all of chat is in on it, aren't you? You're all in on it. This is like The Game. This is like David Fincher's The Game. Roberto presents man misremembering media content. I think it's a time. I think it's the timeline thing. That's what I think it is. Anyway, now that we've established that I'm right about that, now that we've established that I was correct, and it's this kind of convoluted parallel universe answer, now that we've established that, I will take a short interlude now. We could be like Agent Smiths and we don't know it. I think you do know it. I think you know very well, chat. It's you and YouTube and Wikipedia and Disney. You're all working together to make me look like a silly, rapidly cognitively declining man here on Twitch.tv. I think that's the only possible explanation. Your divergence has already been reported. I'm not even real, Rob. I'm just a little guy living in your streaming computer. You could all be ChatGPT. There's a precious few of you that I can confirm are real. A precious few. Maybe Marty was from a universe where Prometheus was actually good. That's why he liked it so much. No, there's no universe. There's no... In the entire multiverse, Prometheus just is bad every time. It has never been good. It's one of the most unique inconsistencies and anomalies. That's the constant, exactly. The constant is that Prometheus is bad in each and every universe.
Prizes.
Okay, give me like 5 to 7 minutes, chat. I'm going to take a little break now. I'm going to come back. We can talk more about Venezuela. We can talk about some good stuff. Okay? It's the spinning top. That's right. Prometheus being bad. That's my spinning top. Okay, don't go anywhere, okay? I'll be back in just a few minutes.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hello. 2. How's it going? I'm here again. I'm back. Oh shit, I just got a beverage, but I got the wrong kind of beverage. One sec. Hello. I'm here, and thank you encouraging people for the gifted sub a couple minutes ago, 8 minutes ago. Thank you encouraging people always. It's very encouraging to me when you gift subscriptions on this channel. Chin chin. Yep. Good. How was the interlude? How are you doing?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Weenus. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that very much. Weenus. Thank you. More encouragement. Always needed over here.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS hugs out to chat.
And Riskinverse, thanks for the 38 months tier 1 and for all the support. Thank you, Riskinverse. Very cool. Good interdude today. Excuse me. You know what beer I had the other day that I quite enjoyed? Because I hung out with this friend of mine the other night on Sunday because our kids are friends and they have like a little pool and they invited us to come over so my kid could go swimming in the pool, hanging out a little bit. And we were having some Modelo's. We were having some Modelo's there while the kids were playing, and I quite enjoyed that. It was very refreshing. Very enjoyable beer. You're a big Modelo guy, Husker? Very much enjoyed it. I might pick up some of those, actually. Copper collapsed 20%, so I'll once again be standing on street corners holding the recession is nigh sign. Well, we're going to have to talk about that. I heard there was talk of stonks collapsing today. I mean, I've been thinking there was going to be a recession for the last 4 years, so that's the question. Is when it's finally happening? Are the chickens coming home to roost? That's the question. Modelo's are refreshing, especially with tacos. Very refreshing. It was very hot too. It was super hot outside. We walked up there. It was like, not long, 20-minute walk or whatever, but it was really hot and humid. Had an ice cold Modelo. Woo. Ooh, baby. Didn't have any limes, but I think including one of those guys would be probably very solid. I've been hearing that for 20 plus years, so whatever. Well, I mean, to be fair, in fairness though, like it did actually happen in less than 20 years ago. And then Rob went on to berate his host on how having a private pool is bourgeois. It was just a little pool. It's just one of those little above ground pools. It's fine. I allowed it. I grandfathered him in. In the last 20 years, we've had, 7 recessions? Yeah, that's how our economy works. That's how our Western capitalist economy works. Every 5 or 7 years, there's a correction. and then all these industries get a bunch of free money from the government. None of that money goes towards like helping anybody or building infrastructure or anything. And then we just do it again. We kick the can down the road, then we do it again. That's how the economy works. Modelo's became the most popular beer from my local liquor store after the local transphobes boycotted Bud Light. Modelo's is also owned by Anheuser-Busch. Same company. That's fucking hilarious. It seems like this economic system that you have spent your whole life defending and fighting for has cornered you here. You include the debt and debt payments as both good, so the line always goes up. Yeah, of course, and there's never been any fraud when we talk about what debts are like rock solid and which are totally unstable and never coming back. Of course, there's never been any shenanigans or tomfoolery that's been played with any of that stuff, so. What I think is going to happen, because I'm the protagonist of reality, is that as soon as I finally get something going in my career where I can, like, you know, feel like, oh, God, I'm actually like on the road to being successful here and self-sufficient and sustainable, all this stuff. As soon as I personally get there, that's when it's going to be like economic collapse, World War III, which would obviously be the primary negative consequence of all that stuff. Would be how it affects me personally and my career ambitions. The day I pay off my student loans, yeah. It's called the Rob's Big Break Economic Indicator. That's right. It's like, now it's time we gotta flip the switch here. It's time. It's time. This man is finally, after his entire adult life, trying to become some kind of a success. Now that that's finally within reach, we're gonna kick the bucket out from under him. Yeah. History's most persecuted person. They're calling him. Rob cannot be happy, or the universe collapses. That's the problem. That's the one thing. Once they have that, it's like whoever's doing the simulation is like, oh, well, that's it. It's like Neo in the Matrix. You got to reset to 0 after that. The 1, you know? Becomes an NBA analyst until the nukes start flying. China destroying Western economies by not propping up their speculative housing bubble. Thank you, President Xi. And it's amazing how that's been framed as well in our society as being like their economic disaster. When it's like these are specific decisions to say like we want to try and de-inflate this speculative real estate bubble, which is only enriching, you know, developers and people that are betting on it, and not actually helping people get homes. And we're like, no, please, no. You will lose more of your soul. I expect you prepared for that, though. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As soon as all the compromises are going to start being made, all the moral compromises, all my principles going to be out the window. I'm going to be snitching on everybody, snitching on all my former friends, you know? I was just saying those things because I got reversed radicalized by my audience. It was audience capture. They forced me to say all those things. If I didn't say that, they would have been mad at me. They've taken a more deliberate stand towards lowering housing prices, but it did start as a crisis in Chinese property corporations. From the looks of it, they just deal with it better. Yeah, and I think there's less of an inclination to rescue the people that own property corporations and invest and hold shares in these corporations. Their needs are kind of put last, you know? It's what it seems to me. I'm not an expert about when we talk about these, like, the specifics about how the Chinese economy functions. But like there's less of a inclination to rescue these people first and foremost at the expense of everyone else. They come last. Their concerns come last. They called it a controlled demolition, something which we desperately need here. Like, imagine if we could just like loosen the grip that like property developers and these speculative financial interests had over our housing, something that should be a commodity for everybody, that everyone needs to live. If there was something we could forcefully do to loosen that grip, would be fucking great. We can't do that though, because they own our political system. Whereas in China, it's the other way around. The state owns your ass, even if you manage to become successful. They made them finish building the homes rather than pay their creditors, and did not bail them out at all. What's the problem here exactly? What is the problem? That sounds totally fine to me. It's the same thing with the high-speed rail, right? Do you know all these like wealthy investors went into the black on this? They're not making any return on their investment. Okay. What is the problem? Where's the problem here exactly? You mean they just got a bunch of rich people to finance this massive historic public works project? And then they just didn't compensate them for it? Where's the issue? I'm not seeing an issue. I mean, that to me is called using capitalism as a mode of production to develop your society and improve people's standards of living. You know, then you take these capitalists who they've become very successful in certain respects, and when it comes time, it's like, okay, you're giving that up now. I don't know if I saw the meme that Polyev shared on Twitter. I don't think that I did. I did see Polyev freaking out because like a prominent CBC commentator very correctly pointed out that assassinating the head of Hamas's political wing is not something that a party that's serious in having a negotiated peace is serious about doing. It made the very correct, non-controversial comment that assassinating the top political figure from Hamas is not a good way to negotiate a peace deal. And so, of course, Polyev turned that into CBC supports Hamas. Is Pierre ever going to be PM? When is the election going to happen? Seems like he's been waiting forever. Well, that's the thing. It's like if our government collapsed, there could be an election at any time, but it's been actually rather shrewd on the part of like the liberals to like prevent that from happening. Because there's still another, year or two before we have to have one. And it seems like any kind of momentum that might have been there has kind of stalled out. There was a real momentum around Polyev and people hating Trudeau. Yeah, and the liberals of the NDP have prevented it from happening. Yeah, there is a time limit, but it can happen at any time. Like if there's a no confidence motion in Parliament, there can be an election at any time. And because we don't have this multi-year long circus sideshow, we can just say, okay, there's an election in 6 weeks, and then people have 6 weeks to run an election. And it's not this gigantic fucking pro wrestling style monstrosity. So that's it. I think that's my one possible iota of like hope about this country is just that we may be bribed to keep the liberals in power if it comes down to it. We may be bribed with some kind of economic policy. our elections are easy. It's always the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of even-numbered years. Yeah, and just this whole primary process that takes place in different states and different times, and like the most populous state gets to vote in the primary long after the primary has been decided, the outcome of the primary has been decided. No, it's a really good system, I think. It makes a lot of sense. It's very democratic, which is funny because there's a lot of complaints right now about Venezuela's democratic process and Venezuela's electoral process and Venezuela's democratic legitimacy, which is fucking hilarious coming from people in the United States of America to be criticizing the democratic nature of a different country's political system.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Sankara, TRRS Sankara.
The Democratic nominee this election was chosen despite not getting 2% when she ran for the primary 4 years ago. Yeah. And she just got anointed by the mentally and physically ailing president after the whole primary process, where there might have been some kind of Democratic input into who gets to be the nominee. Easy peasy. Then to get into the whole like electoral college and all this stuff as well. Like, we're just talking about the primary process. And then you got the electoral college as well. No, it's a very democratic system. It's an extremely democratic system. If only the people of Venezuela had a democracy, like the shining beacon to the rest of the world, the United States of America. These poor souls in Venezuela, in China, Russia, DPRK, Iran, they're crying out for freedom. They're crying out for their own democracy. And they look with awe at the United States of America and its glorious, transparent, democratic electoral system and say, "Ah, shucks. Ah, shucks. If only we had something like this." Let me start. When we're talking about Venezuela, like I said before, with me, you see a lot of people like on the left or whatever doing this performative, "Oh, but even though Venezuela's bad, we shouldn't support sanctions. And of course, Maduro is stealing the election and he's an autocrat and we should be listening to what Venezuelans say. But still, we have to oppose." No, you'll hear none of that here. This is useless. You're useless if you're out making this case. If you're out making this case and talking about how, and you're agreeing with all these narratives about Venezuela's democracy or autocracy or Maduro or whatever it is, listen to Venezuelans. You're useless. You're beyond useless. You know? Listen to Juan Guaido. So, we're going to look into this. I don't think there's any actual evidence to show that the Venezuelan election is actually illegitimate. I don't think any evidence of this exists. In fact, what the Venezuelan opposition is doing is the exact Donald Trump playbook. It's the exact Bolsonaro playbook. When they cry about an election before it happens, the election happens, they don't get the result that they want, and then they immediately say it was not fair, and they start rioting, and they just claim to everyone that they're being persecuted and the election's stolen. This is exactly the Bolsonaro strategy, which I was told was like wrong. I thought that was autocratic. I thought that was the whole thing. I thought we all understood that exact playbook, which is what the Venezuelan opposition is doing right now, is wrong and bad. But apparently now we have to listen to it. I unequivocally support the Maduro regime, and I wish the shit y'all said about him putting Venezuelan gusanos in a blender was true. Listen, people have been saying all kinds of stuff, Red Scary. People are probably like, "Oh, no, I'm not just talking about like rich landowning Venezuelans in Florida. Look, I got all these videos of like people living in poverty in Venezuela that hate Maduro." Okay, sure. There's people living in poverty in the United States who love Donald Trump too. That doesn't mean that they're right. Why are people living in poverty in Venezuela in the first place? Does it have anything to do with Western sanctions? Is it really surprising that that lives in poverty in a country has anger at like the ruling class or the ruling ideology of their country? No, it's not that surprising at all. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. So I don't think there's any actual even evidence that this election has been stolen at all. Even if there was, I still wouldn't believe in like doing this whole performative, oh, Maduro is actually bad, but I still am having this kind of like middling third way position, the kind of social democratic thing. Frankly, I don't believe when there's a narrative that I think helps the enemy, I just don't repeat it. Frankly, that's just what I do. The enemy is Western imperialism, right? Here's the thing as well. Let's say, for the sake of argument, this is something that's been occurring to me over the last couple of days as I've been seeing some of these arguments playing out. Let's say there is some kind of like nefarious, undemocratic, autocratic, whatever you want to call it, activity going on here. Let's just say that there is, right? The previous strategy was like, we're not even, like the opposition was like, that was the Guaido thing, right? We're not even going to run in this election. We're not even going to run because it's not legitimate. And then you just don't run in the election. No one votes for you. And then you just proclaim victory. And the United States says, yeah, you're the president now. And Canada says, you're the president now. Which is also really funny as well, because we called this man the president of Venezuela for multiple years. And like, apparently now he's just not anymore. Like, when did that happen? When did he stop becoming the legitimate president of Venezuela? That's what all these embarrassing people in the Canadian government, the US government, Mr. President, Mr. Guaido, sir, literally just pretending this guy was the president with no legitimacy. Because they just boycott these elections. They say these elections are not fair. We don't agree with that. It's not legitimate. So we just don't run. And then the United States just declares you to be president. This time the opposition actually did run, but apparently the result is just not legitimate, because it's not legitimate unless the US-backed candidate wins. That's the ultimate lesson of that. Your election is not real. Your democracy is not real until the US-backed candidate wins. And if they don't, it doesn't count. It's an offshoot of the Olympic strategy, frankly. I'm allowed to win. If I don't win, then it doesn't count. It's not fair. You're cheating. The Guaido situation was insane. But here's something that's been really occurring to me over the last couple of days while we've been thinking about this. Let's say that there is something. Let's say there is some kind of like anti-democratic situation happening where they're messing with the vote totals, they're preventing people from voting, they're doing whatever it is. And again, like, let's just ignore all the extremely undemocratic aspects of like the Canadian political system, first past the post, the United States political system, the primaries, the electoral college, all of this shit. Let's just ignore all that. Let's say Maduro has been messing with the vote totals, preventing people from voting, messing with the electoral system somehow, okay? Here's my question. So in Venezuela, you have an opposition which is allowed to participate in this democracy. And this opposition is openly backed by the United States of America and all these international institutions controlled by the United States. Elon Musk, who's out there saying, Elon Musk, a wealthy billionaire who owns one of the largest like social media communication platforms, openly saying, vote for this person, vote for this person. Like, that's interfering in their democracy. You know, we know, like, they've tried to coup Venezuela like 5 separate times in the Chavez era, in the Maduro era with Guaido, like we're talking about, and they say they're not shy about it. You got Elliot Abrams, these like cold warriors, being like, we tried to do a coup there. John Bolton, we're trying to do a coup. They say it over and over and over and over. So my question is, at what point are they allowed to take steps to prevent this like obviously undemocratic foreign interference operation from taking hold? Do they just have to sit back and take it while we interfere in they obviously openly interfere in their electoral system? They're not allowed to take steps to prevent that? That's my question. What do you make of Boric saying he doesn't believe the results? Well, Boric is like he's been a an apologist for Western imperialism. Like he's not shown any kind of internationalism or solidarity with any of these other Latin American governments. He's trying to be like a friend and ally to Washington. But this is my question though. Like, think about the electoral interference from Russia that we talk about, right? Russia, what was Russia doing? Paying for some fake Facebook memes, putting people on social media and promoting these like social media stories. Whatever, all the entire Russiagate thing, which became this massive like hysteria, you know? And here you have Venezuela, and you have the United States government being like, we're trying to overthrow you, repeatedly saying this. The world's largest imperialist power, who controls all these like this economic infrastructure, the IMF, the OAS, you know, all of these institutions. You have America openly saying, we're trying to overthrow your government. We're trying to do a coup. Just repeatedly saying this. And then like, if Venezuela does take steps to prevent that from happening, to prevent this like obvious, right out in the open foreign interference operation, that makes their whole government illegitimate. That's what I don't really understand. We freak the fuck out over foreign interference. We have huge hearings in Canada about Chinese foreign interference over these like liberal backbenchers. We've created this whole narrative about China interfering in our democracy. But it's like, in this case, this is not some like conspiracy. It's not some random backbencher. There's no innuendo. There's no like confusion about it at all. You have the United States of America and all these like intelligence institutions, again, people like Elliot Abrams being like, we're trying to do a coup. We're trying to support, like openly, deliberately interfering in their electoral system. So I guess my point is, when that's going on, why can't they take steps to prevent that from happening? And again, we don't even know if there is any evidence that these results are not legitimate. There is no evidence of this whatsoever. It's been entirely like invented. Like you had Elon Musk sharing videos from that like fascist Polish news outlet Visegrad or whatever, sharing videos of people in Venezuela taking aircon units, like some kind of unrelated situation or riot where they're like stealing aircon units and being like, they're stealing voting boxes. And you have Elon Musk, like the world's richest man and the owner of this communication platform, uncritically sharing all this information. And you have all these blue check guys in the comments being like, this is what happens when you have socialism in your country. These socialist thugs, aircon units, you know? Or there's this, more so-called evidence that this election is illegitimate. They show this like screen where all of these opponents ended up at like 4.3% because they all combined for 4.3%, and then they added up all the 4.3% and determined that it was more than 100%. I'm trying to find it. I got a lot of shit saved here. I think this is kind of the point that here it is. Like, this is what they're trying to turn into, like, this evidence. %51.2% for Maduro, 44.2% for Gonzalez, and then 4.6, 4.6, 4.6. And they're acting, this is an official Telesur graphic, and they're acting like this is evidence that the numbers don't match up because all of these guys combined for 4.6%. So it says 4.6% each and every time. Yeah, graph crime. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you have a lot of people that are taking that as evidence that this election has been stolen. No, 132%, because all of these different guys got 4.6. So you have people using that as evidence that this election has been stolen. So my point is that, and I think we're going to look at some videos about this. My point is that I have not seen anything that indicates that there's actual fraud or election theft that's happened. But my point is, though, that even if there was, which again, there's no evidence to this, but if there was, at what point is it legitimate for a country to start acting in response to our highly well-financed and powerful foreign influence op to interfere in their democracy? That's my question. Like, is it democratic for Elon Musk and all of the United States government to put their thumb on the scale and try to have their candidate win? Which they've openly admitted to doing for multiple years now, ever since Chavez was first elected in the first place. You have the United States government have been openly trying to overthrow the government this entire time. Like I said, the whole Guaido situation during Trump, that's election interference. We've been trying to interfere in their democracy this entire time. Just saying it was Russia that did it. Exactly. Like when there's any evidence that we can point to towards Russia in any of these situations, then that, like, we have to protect these democratic institutions from being subverted by the devious Russian menace. Yet John Bolton and Elliot Abrams said this explicitly. Like, we're not exaggerating, you know? They're like, yeah, we tried to coup the country. We've been trying to do a coup there for quite some time. Like, we've watched this play out during the Trump era. Every step of the way. The obviously bullshit, fraudulent Juan Guaido operation with the Lima Group. Canada was implicated in that as well. Chris Murphy said it as well. Yeah, he said, we tried to do a coup and Trump messed it up. Trump, that's why the orange man is bad. Trump messed up the coup that we were trying to do there. So that's why I'm instantly skeptical at any of these claims about, this fraudulent election. No, it's actually the US-backed guy that won for real. Like, why would we believe that? Why would we ever believe that? And then you get into a lot of this position where you have people saying, like, well, it's not that we stand with Western imperialism, but we have to stand with Venezuelans. We have to stand with, like, the Venezuelan people. But it's like, I'm sorry, but that's utopianism. There's no third position here. And this is how I feel about any of these, like, official enemy states of the United States. This is the question when it comes to these places, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, DPRK, or Tibet, or any of these, or like any places that they want to, like, carve off from China. These places are going to be Western proxies, or they're going to be not that. There's no situation where these governments are going to go away, and it's going to mean freedom and sovereignty for the Venezuelan people, and a victory against autocracy, and they're going to be free and independent and sovereign. They're not going to be sovereign. They're going to become a U.S. proxy petro state. There's not this, like, mythical third position where we can stand against the forces of Western imperialism and also support the people of Venezuela who are suffering, or Cuba, or whatever it is. You hear these same arguments about that during the whole SOS Cuba thing. Oh, I don't stand with the U.S. government, but I do stand with the Cuban people who are suffering. And you can't talk about the fact that Venezuelans or Cubans or North Koreans or whoever else, you can't talk about the fact that they are suffering without pointing out the sanctions and boycotts that have been promoted by the United States government, which is another form of, like, democratic interference as well. The fact that we've been deliberately trying to destroy these economies. This has been a central part of Western strategy in Central and South America and elsewhere for a really long time, deliberately destroying these economies so that people aren't unhappy and unsatisfied with the ruling class. This is the whole purpose of why these sanctions are put in place in the first place. The one and only position is that we need to save them from socialist communism, and if they don't let us, we will sanction them until literal collapse. Yeah, that's how we help That's how we help the people of Venezuela. And when we talk about this, like, we don't need to get into this like utopian thinking where we think Maduro or anyone like that is like infallible, never makes mistakes, there's no problems, there's no contradictions, these places are perfect socialist utopias. We don't need to believe that. But this idea that we can support the Venezuelan people while also standing against, you know, Western imperialism is just, it's total fantasy land. We can't do that. We're trying to drum up unrest. Yeah, it's like we've been kind of doing that for decades now. And that's exactly why someone like Boric has been disappointing, for that exact reason, because he's tried to toe the Western line on not just Venezuela, but Nicaragua and Cuba as well, and any of these countries in like Latin America that the U.S. targets. Boric has like refused to show any kind of solidarity with any of these places. Nicaragua is another example, because we talk about Nicaragua as an autocracy as well, when that's what they've done. They've gone after Western-backed like media establishments that are designed to create unrest and like destabilize the country. This is the question that we get into sometimes when we talk about this. What right does another country have to take specific action to protect themselves from what we are doing? Because we engage in the world this way. A place like Cuba, like Nicaragua, like Venezuela will start taking steps to protect themselves from what we're doing. And then when they take these steps, we wag our finger at them and we say, look at this autocracy. Can you believe this? Well, we just get to completely wash our hands of the whole thing. The surest way to get rid of Maduro would be for the U.S. to stop punishing Venezuela and stop trying to replace Maduro. Yeah, like that's having an actual democratic system that the United States was not actively trying to interfere in would probably go a long way, ironically. But that's not really in the process. Like Putin is an offshoot of this example as well. This whole idea that Putin is like somehow democratically illegitimate, when it's really like, shouldn't be that surprising. Even if Russian people don't like Putin, to recognize that he's the one that's like brought them back from the brink. They were completely destroyed and humiliated over that 12-year period. And he can openly point to like things that the West has done, such as NATO expansion, such as like our interference in Ukraine and other Warsaw Pact countries, and says, I'm keeping you safe from that. And it's not that hard to believe to me that there's plenty of people that are like, yeah, I believe him. I believe he's doing that. We will coup whoever we want, says Elon the oligarch, and then is openly trying to interfere in this system. And then we're supposed to still be like, no, but it's still not legitimate though. Like, this is what I don't get. No, I don't like Elon Musk. I don't like the United States government interfering, but we still have to also acknowledge that it's not legitimate. No, I don't think you can really do that though. Same goes for Hamas, complaining that Hamas won an election while they're the complaints about Hamas, like while they're saving. Okay. Let me just read your comment again. Same goes with Hamas complaining. My brain started going too fast there. Complaining that Hamas won an election while they're saving us from an even worse genocide. I mean, it's creating the conditions for a group like Hamas to exist, and then punishing the people for supporting Hamas. Like, that's the problem, right? There's a specific reason that someone like Putin becomes powerful. There's a specific reason that people go towards groups like Hamas, partially because all of their other political options have been forcefully dismantled. You know, and you can look at a number of different similar examples. You create the exact conditions through imperialism, whether it's the form of invasion or subversion or sanctions or whatever. You create the conditions for someone like Putin to come along, and then he comes along and people are just like shocked, or Hamas, or the Viet Cong, if you go back into the past, or the ANC, which was also considered a terrorist organization for many years. But that's my whole point about Venezuela in particular. But you can, this is like, I think these are ideas that you can apply to, across the board. I don't think there's any evidence that the election is not legitimate. But also you have to ask yourself the question, do countries like Venezuela have the right to take steps to protect themselves from interference on the part of America and its allies? And I think they do. I think they do have the right to do that. Whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Cuba, whether it's Nicaragua, or China, DPRK, Russia, or whatever else. You know what I mean? Like when we talk about electoral interference, it's not some conspiracy. Like sometimes we have like news commentators talking about people like Maduro, saying like he fearmongers, suggesting that the United States government is trying to interfere in their democracy. He's literally just saying true things. Like this is not some secret conspiracy theory. You have people like Elliot Abrams, Cold Warriors who engaged in Latin America in this exact way for years, saying like we're trying to do a coup. Or John Bolton. They're not shy about talking about this. This is not some like autocrat using the fear of Western interference to undemocratically enforce their agenda, you know? They're literally responding to very real things. JNKD, thanks. I don't think I thanked JNKD for the 41 months, which was like 26 minutes ago. I apologize. Thank you, JNKD, for the resub. Here, should be a quick hit from Breakthrough News.
To you about Venezuela. By now, you've probably seen the videos of people in Venezuela protesting, tearing down statues, burning banners of the current president, and blocking Venezuela's main airport. They're protesting because Venezuela just had an election, and the country's electoral authority announced that Nicolas Maduro, the candidate of the United Socialist Party, beat the right-wing opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez. For months, the opposition said they'd only respect the election results if they won. And sure enough, they immediately said the election was fraudulent after they lost. So what's their evidence? The first thing they say is that they've collected 73% of the voting precinct's paper results, and that the paper results don't match the electronic results.
They're legitimately just trying to do the Guaido thing again, but with a girl boss this time, which was actually previewed in that John Krasinski CIA show. The girl boss Venezuela, and I think the CIA has been fantasy booking that for quite a while now. They're going to go for it this time. What if we did the Guaido thing, but the person was a little bit less of a dipshit? How about that? Why don't we try that?
For those who don't know, Venezuela's voting system was designed with multiple controls to prevent fraud. There's a two-step voting process. First, where the voter has to produce his or her national ID card and scan their fingerprint to cast an electronic vote. And then the second part, the paper ballot, where the voter receives a paper receipt of their vote, which they drop into a ballot box, creating two tallies which can be checked against one another, one electronic and one paper. The opposing candidates each have witnesses in the precincts for the counting of the paper ballots to check against the electronic tally that gets released by the electoral authority. There were also over 900 election observers from 95 different countries present, and if you look at the reports from Sunday, people
went to Yale, backed by the NED, daughter of a steel tycoon. Like what? You know what I mean? Like we've seen this movie before. Like I think we got to stop acting like shocked by this. Well, this time we got to hear them out. I don't think we do. It's the exact same strategy every fucking time. And it has been for decades and decades and decades and decades. Like, it's called basic pattern recognition. Let's use that. Let's use our basic pattern recognition when it comes to these kind of narratives, and don't try and take some like cowardly third way stance where you don't support Western imperialism, but really you do.
Overwhelmingly reporting a calm, orderly process at the voting stations. The opposition is claiming that they already have 3/4 of the paper ballots collected, but they haven't actually produced any of them. So until that happens, it's just talk. Another talking point the media has been running with is this exit poll that allegedly shows Edmundo Gonzalez winning by over 30%.
Yeah, I remember fucking exit polls showed John Kerry was going to win the 2004 election. Guess what? He didn't. You know what I mean? That means nothing. I don't know if I can play the about that thing, James. Maybe we might have to. I don't know if I could. I might just get too mad. Polls had Hillary at like 99%. And again, none of this is to say that like Venezuela is perfect or has a perfect democratic system or that everything is totally above the board. Like I'm not there. I don't know. It seems pretty legitimate from like the people that I follow that actually pay attention to this and aren't just trying to like, believe their preferred US backed candidate into existence. But also we do need to, recognize, especially, that's why I talked about the US up front. Like, even if Venezuela's democracy isn't perfect or the electoral system isn't perfect, I'm sure it's not. You know, what else is not perfect and democratic? The United States. If we want to say that the current United States government isn't legitimate, we would have a lot more evidence, I think, to make that case. And I actually do believe that as well. I do unironically believe that the entire political system and Supreme Court, etc., is not legitimate. But you don't see me going to whine and cry about it and trying to get the government overthrown.
Poll's been cited by the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, Reuters, and seemingly shows that the results being reported don't match what voters were saying as they were leaving the polls. The only problem with this? The polling firm they're citing is basically an arm of the US government. As research done by Ben Norton over at the Geopolitical Economy Report shows, the polling firm Edison Research counts among its top clients Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and the Middle East Broadcasting Networks, all of which are US state-owned media that were created to disseminate pro-US messaging in their respective
But that's
regions.
okay to do that.
They all work under the US Agency
that supports
for Global
democracy
Media,
when we do
which is
this.
a US government agency, and its website says that the media outlets serve, quote, the long-range interests of the United States. Exit polling is also illegal in Venezuela, so they did this outside the law with no way of cross-checking it. US policy towards Venezuela has been incredibly hostile for the last 20 years. So it's hard to believe that a polling firm whose whole business model is based on conducting polls for US state media would suddenly turn out a poll completely contradicting the US narrative. But by far the most telling aspect of all of this is that the Venezuelan opposition said they weren't going to recognize the election results way before the election even started. In a video interview with the Financial Times a month before the election, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado said that they expected to win by a landslide, but that if they didn't, it could only be because Maduro committed fraud. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. Venezuela's electoral
It's only legitimate if I win.
72 hours to release the full result.
It's only legitimate if the US-backed candidate wins. If not, it's illegitimate. It's illegitimate. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm personally, in the upcoming Canadian election, I'm going to be boycotting running in that campaign because I know how unfair it is. I'm going to be boycotting participating in the upcoming Canadian election. So I'm the rightful prime minister. That should prove that I'm the rightful prime minister. It's only legitimate if the US-backed candidate wins. That's how it goes. Yeah, no, James, it's the exact Trump thing. Or Bolsonaro is a better example because that's like, that was the Trump strategy, but in Latin America. You know? And we recognize that Bolsonaro's efforts to illegitimize the election results there were bullshit and totally fraudulent. No, it's the Onyx. It's the exact same. It's the exact same language, exact same tactics. They even do their own January 6th riots.
But the opposition decided within 1 hour to declare it illegitimate, and within 12 hours they were staging an insurrection. The U.S.
Does this seem familiar?
Too. Almost immediately after votes started being tallied, Antony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, immediately tried to cast doubt on the election results. This begs the question, how could U.S. officials have known their position on the election before it was even finished? And the answer is, they already had their minds made up. They were going to declare the election fraudulent no matter what. In fact, if the U.S. respected the outcome of this election, it would be the exception to the rule. In 2019, a Venezuelan politician named Juan Guaido claimed he should be the real president of Venezuela after Nicolas Maduro won the election in 2018.
Like, we're still taking this shit seriously.
Unknown in Venezuelan politics prior to his declaration and wasn't even a candidate in the 2018 election. And yet, despite this, the Trump administration pushed this ridiculous idea that he was actually the president of Venezuela. The U.S. not only met with Guaido like he was the president, they also handed him state assets like Citgo and the Venezuelan embassy.
Insane.
They funded extreme right-wing opposition groups in Venezuela,
and it still failed miserably.
Called for the overthrow of the elected government. In 2002, the Bush administration backed a coup against Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, who had begun redistributing oil revenue from Venezuela's state-owned oil company.
And that's what this all comes down to.
U.S. leaders met with the coup plotters, who were handpicked stooges of the Venezuelan elite, and openly endorsed the coup during the brief couple days when the coup mongers had taken power. There's a great documentary about the 2002 coup called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, which you should all watch. This all begs another question. Why does the U.S. want to overthrow the Venezuelan government? And the simple answer is, Venezuela has the largest petroleum reserves in the world. For the longest time, Venezuela's oil was there for the rich to plunder. The Venezuelan elite and multinational corporations treated Venezuela's oil sector like a personal piggy bank, while the Venezuelan people lived in absolute poverty. This went on until Hugo Chavez, a socialist, won the 1990 election and decided that Venezuela's wealth should be enjoyed by the Venezuelan people.
One conspiracy, I believe, as well, is that they got Chavez with the cancer gun. He would only be like 68 now or something. Like, he would still be around for a long time. I think they got him with the cancer gun.
Not the elite or foreign corporations. Both the 2002 coup attempt and the 2019 coup attempt were directly tied to oil. In fact, in one interview during the 2019 coup attempt, Donald Trump's national security advisor, John Bolton, openly stated that he wanted to see U.S. oil companies take over Venezuela's energy sector.
So if you think of a company like Citgo, which is owned by PDVSA, which is the state-run oil company there in Venezuela, we have a lot of those Citgo assets right here in the U.S. Is that something, for example, sir, that you're looking at?
Yeah, well, we're in conversation with major American companies now that are either in Venezuela or, in the case of Citgo, here in the United States. It'll make a big difference to the United States economically if we could have American
But we're supposed to treat it like some kind of conspiracy.
Invest in and produce
I think this might be a coup.
Capabilities in Venezuela. It'd be good for the people of Venezuela. It'd be good for the people of the United States.
But Hugo Chavez wasn't just a resource nationalist. He was also an anti-imperialist. Part of what he did to change Venezuela was that he decided that Venezuela would no longer be a cog in the U.S.'s imperialist fever dreams in Latin America.
And this is where Boric is still a cog.
Order based on peace and cooperation instead of invasions and
in the imperialist machine.
Venezuela became one of the first countries to oppose the U.S. wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and also became an unwavering supporter of the Palestinian cause. Nicolas Maduro, Chavez's successor, has continued this legacy, forging closer ties with Global South countries, seeking a new international system, one that's not based on U.S. domination. Venezuela's Bolivarian revolution has inspired other progressive movements throughout Latin America that have undermined U.S. power in the region.
He's really a big boy.
Marco Rubio and all the other war criminals that have been managing and overseeing the genocide in Palestine didn't suddenly wake up one day and realize that they care so deeply about the little boys and girls in Venezuela. In fact, the U.S. government is currently enforcing a sanctions regime that's estimated to have killed at least 100,000 people in Venezuela through manufactured poverty and scarcity. U.S. sanctions against Venezuela's oil sector, which is its primary source of income, caused the oil sector to collapse and the subsequent decrease of government income by 99%. So yes, the poverty and scarcity you hear about is very real, but it's caused by U.S. sanctions, which have forced Venezuelans to live off 1% of their pre-sanctions income. This is also what's behind the wave of Venezuelan migration that you hear about on the news.
Up the Reds, like right on time.
It all comes back to this policy of manufactured poverty. If the United States actually cared about the well-being of Venezuelans, they wouldn't be strangling the Venezuelan economy to the point where there are shortages of fuel and medicine. In fact, the United States tends to be the most violent when it feigns humanitarian concern. They manufacture social crises and then use it as an excuse for regime change. The US has a long history of supporting these color revolutions. When they know they can't directly invade a country, they create a social crisis to undermine it. And now, they're doing the same thing to Venezuela. Don't fall for it this time.
This whole like hand-wringing about democracy as well is just farcical as well. Oh, we must sanction them because they're not a democracy. We care so much about democracy. Unless it's like Saudi Arabia. Then of course, or like, yeah, the UAE or whatever, you know, or Israel, which is famously not a democracy, no matter how much they try to tell us that it is. Oh, we care so much about democracy. That's why we have to sanction Venezuela. That's why we have to try and interfere in their political system and political affairs. Because we care so much about democracy. Like, fuck off. Come on now. Can you share where you shop for shirts? This one is dope as hell. I don't know. I've gotten a lot of compliments on this shirt. I got this shirt off an Instagram ad, and I can't remember the name of the company. Getting a little off topic here. Okay, is this. I did find it actually. Is this. This is where I got this shirt. Okay? I'm giving you a hot tip. Hot fashion tip. Jolly placard. Anyway, this is like these are kind of the fundamental points that I'm making here, which is that like what we've been doing in Venezuela is electoral interference. It is foreign interference. And you know, if countries like Venezuela or any other country that's under sanction, that's under blockade, where you have the United States and its allies trying to interfere in its political system, when they take steps to protect themselves from that, I think that's legitimate. I think that's legitimate to do. It's not democratic and fair and sovereign when the United States is there putting their finger on the fucking scale to try and get their person elected in this system. That's not democratic. So we shouldn't be surprised when Venezuela or any other country takes specific steps to prevent that from happening, to protect themselves from that. I think that's fully understandable. Like, I'm trying to just imagine what it would be like in the United States of America. Like, we all this shit about Donald Trump being a Russian asset or all this stuff. Well, what if Donald Trump was like, yeah, I am a Russian asset. And what if Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian government and the entire Russian media establishment, let's say in this hypothetical situation that the Russian media establishment had this worldwide domination of like the flow of information, social media as well. And you had Russian billionaires and Putin and the Russian government and Lavrov and people in the FSB openly saying, we're interfering in the United States democracy. We're trying to do a coup. We're trying to do a coup in America. This is our guy. Everyone, hey, America, everyone in America, vote for this guy. We're telling you to vote for this guy, our guy. Like, imagine that's what was going on. And would the United States just be like, this is okay. This is fine for them to do that. It's totally fine for them to do that. Let's just run our elections as normal, and that's just totally legitimate. And let's take no steps whatsoever to counter their ability to have this influence over our democracy. Of course they would not do that. But like, that's what it is. I think sometimes we live in the empire and we maybe take that for granted a little bit, the amount of power that like our governments have and the media establishment as well. And how fucking insane it is for us to suggest that it's totally okay for our government and our media to be like trying to like openly, flagrantly trying to interfere in the democracy of another country. And then we just expect them to just sit back and take it. We just expect them to take it and not complain and not take any steps to insulate themselves from that influence. Like China's a great example as well with the whole firewall and their control over their media system. And you say, how authoritarian? Yeah, they don't want American or Western multinational media corporations out there trying to interfere in their fucking country, which we've repeatedly done time and time and time and time again. Normies can't comprehend these hypotheticals because they say, oh, well, that would just never happen. Well, it's literally happening. Yeah, it's like, it's insane for us to think that a country should just react to being treated this way with, by taking no steps whatsoever to protect themselves. Why wouldn't they want Radio Free Asia broadcasting there? Exactly. Why not? Yeah, and like I was mentioning that earlier, though, Dane, talking about like the Russian ads. Like this is the amount of freak out over Russian interference, which amounted to like a few Facebook ads and maybe some bots on Twitter. And meanwhile, the Russian puppet that was elected enacted sanctions against Russia and sent arms and weapons to Ukraine on Russia's border. That was the Russian puppet and what he was doing. They went on MSNBC calling it acts of war. That's exactly right. They said it's an act of war. It's an act of war when you interfere in our democracy. Okay, well, then, let's take that next step now. But they don't want to take that step because when we do it, it's okay. When we do it, it's in service of democracy, not against democracy. But like, again, this is just like a childish way to think about these things. We're not interfering with their democracy. We're promoting liberty, freedom, and democracy. Exactly. Exactly.
The U.S. government is backing yet another coup attempt in Venezuela. In the past 2 decades, Washington has sponsored several coup attempts, many of which were violent, trying to overthrow Venezuela's government. The former revolutionary president Hugo Chavez and his successor, Nicolás Maduro. Back in 2002, the U.S. government backed a military coup that briefly overthrew Venezuela's democratically elected left-wing president, Hugo Chavez. This was admitted even by the mainstream British newspaper, The Guardian, which revealed that the Bush administration, George W. Bush, backed this coup in Venezuela. But it only lasted for 2 days, and the people of Venezuela flooded the streets, and they overthrew the coup regime and reinstalled in power Chavez, who
so what happened in Bolivia recently as well.
Revolution that he started. So this story is not new. There have been so many.
And by the way, on that front, it's the exact same Bolivia strategy as well. When Morales won that new term, and then it's like, oh, but that doesn't count. The election doesn't count. And then you have a lot of Western media and political institutions amplifying that idea, and then you have a lot of like compatible leftists as well that go along with it because they they don't want to be seen as supporting autocracy or authoritarianism or whatever it is.
Coup attempts in Venezuela just in the past few years. On July 28th, Venezuela held presidential elections.
What happened with their
Maduro
embassy?
Won those elections again. However,
what happened with their embassy? The Guaido lovers took it over with police help, but I haven't heard a peep about it since. I imagine like the U.S. Venezuelan embassy is probably just like a make-work program for Venezuelan Gusano crypto fascists, I imagine.
However, the U.S. and its allies in Latin America
probably where they plan a lot of this shit.
Recognize the results, and instead, violent extremists are burning down public institutions and government buildings and hospitals. They're destroying buses and looting offices, trying to overthrow President Maduro. And these extremists have the support of some very powerful people, like the billionaire oligarch Elon Musk, who is now campaigning for Donald Trump for president, And of course, Elon Musk, in addition to being CEO of Tesla, which has received billions of dollars,
And that's the thing, when you're on the left and you're trying to like
also is the owner of
show
Twitter,
your credentials about how much you don't want to be seen as being a
And Musk
tanky
has been
authoritarian
sharing
supporter. This is who you sound like. This is who you sound like to me. When you're so concerned with not being called an authoritarian tanky that you have to say like, well, no, but and still cast doubts on the results in the same way. This is who you sound like to me.
Of disinformation on Twitter, fake news, deceiving people about what's going on in Venezuela, and he is pretty openly calling for overthrowing President Maduro. Now, honestly, this is not very surprising because Elon Musk has a history of supporting US-backed coups in Latin America.
Fucking dumbass.
In 2019, violent far-right extremists overthrew Bolivia's democratically elected left-wing president, Evo Morales, and the US backed this coup, and so did Elon Musk. And a critic on Twitter called out Elon Musk, and he said, quote, "You know what wasn't in the best interest of the people? The US government organizing a coup against Evo Morales in Bolivia so you could obtain the lithium there. Bolivia has some of the world's largest reserves of lithium, which is needed for electric vehicles made by Tesla, the batteries
Thank you, PM
in
Trio.
electric vehicles,
Yes.
the batteries in phones and cameras and computers. It's very
That's
important."
exactly it.
And what was Elon Musk's response back in 2020? On Twitter, he said, quote, "We will coup
Supporting all these
whoever
narratives is how we
want.
build power.
Deal with it." And now, 4 years later, we can see that Musk is being very consistent and supporting yet another coup in Latin America, this time in Venezuela. And the main tactic that extremists in Venezuela are using to try to justify this coup attempt is they're claiming that there was electoral fraud. And I published an investigation, which I will link to in the description below, in which I show in great detail how the allegations of supposed electoral fraud originate with a firm in the US in New Jersey that is very closely linked to the US government and even linked to the CIA. This is a polling firm called Edison Research that works for US government propaganda organs overseen by the US Agency for Global Media, including US government propaganda outlets like Voice of America or Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. And these are propaganda organs that were created by the CIA. They were literally founded by the CIA. We know this because the New York Times admitted this back in 1977. The New York Times described these US propaganda outlets as part of a, quote, worldwide propaganda network built by the CIA. And the US polling firm that is the origin of the Venezuelan opposition's claims of supposed electoral fraud works with these US government propaganda organs that were literally founded by the CIA. So once again, we can see that Washington is playing an important role in supporting this coup attempt in Venezuela and in justifying these baseless accusations of electoral fraud. As I'll show today, there is no evidence of electoral fraud, but this is not stopping billionaire oligarchs who are closely linked to the US government, like Elon Musk, from sharing this discredited disinformation, including Elon Musk personally shared this exit poll done by the CIA-linked US government-linked firm. So we can see that when Musk
and also
quote,
from this, you see the feedback loop again. You have Elon Musk repeating the information from this CIA-backed firm coming from the End Wokeness Twitter account, which I believe was uncovered as being Jack Posobiec, who is a fascist, like an open fascist, and also, I believe, if I remember correctly, from ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, unless he just made that up to sound cool. But an actual fascist with ties to the intelligence community running that account.
So we can see that when Musk threatened, quote, "We will coup whoever we want, deal with it," they really mean it. They're trying it again. Today, I'm going to be analyzing the evidence that shows how completely wrong this narrative is. And before I get into great detail, I want to look at a few comments that were made by some of the independent international electoral observers who were on the ground in Venezuela. One of these groups is actually from the US. They're an independent group called the National Lawyers Guild. And as their name suggests, they consist of lawyers coming from the US. And they had a delegation of 5 US lawyers who were on the ground in Venezuela. And they said very clearly, I'm reading from their press release, quote, "The delegation observed a transparent, fair voting process with scrupulous attention to legitimacy, access to the polls, and pluralism." They said, despite the soundness of the electoral process, the US-backed opposition, with support from an anti-Maduro Western press, has refused to accept the results, undermining the stability of Venezuela's democracy. And this delegation of lawyers from the US said that they, quote, strongly condemn these attacks on the electoral system as well as the role of the US in undermining the democratic process. Similar comments were made by another independent international electoral observer, the human rights activist Ajamu Baraka, and he tweeted, quote, I am in Venezuela as an observer and can say with certainty that after systematic interference by anti-democratic forces in the US, the election results represented the sentiments of the people who voted. What is not being reported is the organizing that took place to win. And he talks about how Maduro was able to win the election because he had the support from a progressive social bloc of unions, parties, student groups, women organizations.
It's not that hard to believe.
And they all moved in one common organized direction. And he said, with organization, you can resist moneyed interests, the big oligarchs and corporations.
This is exactly what happened in Bolivia as well.
We can see this clearly in the response of the right-wing government.
And again, like, I think it's really important to debunk this kind of misinformation about the election being stolen. But I want to say as well, like, if you want to say Venezuela's like not really democratic, okay, fine. I don't care. Canada, not really democratic. Like, you don't see our government getting overthrown as a result. Like, I can't remember the previous election, like what Trudeau ended up with, but like there was a part when the last time Stephen Harper won a majority government in Canada with like 31% of the vote. Is it democratic to have a system where 31% of the electorate can vote for somebody and they get a majority to pass whatever legislation they want? No, it's not democratic. It's not democratic at all. Is the United States democratic with the Electoral College and the primary process and the mass media and all this stuff? Of course it's not. No, it's not. So we can and should debunk, I think, why why this misinformation is not accurate. But also just this idea that like not being fully transparently democratic means the government's illegitimate and has to be overthrown and turned into a US proxy does not make sense either. We do not live in democratic societies if you live in Canada or the United States. We simply do not.
In Latin America,
and I do think China should overthrow our governments, though, by the way.
An example of this is
I do think that, just in case that's not clear.
Javier Milei, who's extremely pro-US, extremely pro-Israel. Immediately after coming to office, Milei took a trip to Israel to support Benjamin Netanyahu as he carries out horrific crimes in Gaza. And Milei is, of course, a close ally of Donald Trump. They have repeatedly talked in coordinated policy. And Javier Milei is a close friend of Elon Musk.
There you go.
Who is joining him in
the entire dipshit alliance.
Venezuela.
This is why you're not going to see me participating in this. This is why you will not see me doing this whole like, well, listen to Venezuelans thing. Oh, I don't want to be seen as supporting the bad guy that we've determined is the scary autocrat. This is you can support that, or you can stand with Elon Musk and the CIA and all these fucking awful dipshits.
Called on the military in Venezuela
to
overthrow President Maduro. So quite literally, he and other far-right leaders in Latin America, backed by big US corporations and banks, they're calling for a military coup in Venezuela. And I should point out, by the way, that Milei is closely collaborating with the CIA. This is not hidden. He boasts about it. The director of the CIA, William Burns, visited Argentina. He visited the presidential palace, and Milei's chief of staff went to Washington and Virginia, and he also met with the CIA. And in addition to collaborating with the CIA, Milei made an agreement for Israel's spy agency, the Mossad, to train Argentine intelligence officers. So quite literally, the CIA, Israel's Mossad, and the far right in Latin America are all openly collaborating. They're not hiding it. In fact, the current leader of the far right opposition in Venezuela is the extremist Maria Corina Machado. And she, in 2018, published a letter, an open letter on her Twitter account, in which she asked the former right-wing president of Argentina, the multimillionaire Mauricio Macri, and she asked Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's far-right prime minister, for a military intervention in Venezuela to overthrow President Maduro. I mean, they really don't hide it. It's so incredible. You don't have to be an investigative journalist to find some of this stuff. It's on their Twitter account. And this is the extremist, Machado, who the US is currently backing to try to install in power in Venezuela. And there could not be a starker contrast between these far-right Venezuelan extremists.
It is incredible.
Like
they don't even hide
Machado, who love Israel and the US.
They don't even hide it, and then we have to like act like it's some we have to act like it's some big conspiracy to point this shit out. Like they're very out in the open about this stuff. and we have to like apologize for being against this and just being like, no, I'm gonna go ahead and support the current government they're doing this to, and we have to like apologize for that and like pretend that we don't believe that.
And on the other hand, the leftist Chavista movement and people like President Nicolas Maduro, who have been huge supporters of Palestine, some of the world's biggest supporters of Palestine. Maduro always speaks in support of Palestine. He broke off diplomatic relations with Israel. And then there, of course, is the geopolitical angle, because while the US and right-wing governments in Latin America that are run by oligarchs, they have refused to recognize Venezuela's electoral results. However, the left-wing governments in Latin America have recognized Venezuela's electoral results. And in addition, China, Russia, and Iran have come out recognizing Maduro. So once again, as we see with so many conflicts in the world,
if China says
the US
it's legitimate,
is trying
I think
to
it's
turn
legitimate.
this into a proxy war in this new Cold War. And the US is trying to isolate any countries that have an independent foreign policy and ultimately try to overthrow their government. In another video that I did, which I will link to in the description below, I analyzed why the US government has been so obsessed with trying to overthrow the Venezuelan government for decades now. And I talked about how geopolitics is a big element, because ever since the beginning of the leftist Bolivarian revolution started by President Hugo Chavez when he came to power in 1999, Venezuela has tried to pursue a multipolar foreign policy, try to build a multipolar world. Venezuela has formed close ties with China and Russia and
I believe
Iran.
it was Chavez
Venezuela
that initially,
has built region.
I don't know if he coined the term, but I think Chavez was one of the earliest adopters of this whole idea of multipolarity and promoting it.
Regional institutions to try to integrate Latin America politically and economically through things like the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, and the Bolivarian Alliance, the ALBA. Venezuela tried to challenge the hegemony of the US dollar and help to create a new currency for Latin America to trade so they don't have to use the US dollar. And then, of course, there's the issue of natural resources. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. And not just that, they were nationalized and they now belong to the people of Venezuela, overseen by a state-owned company, PDVSA. And Hugo Chavez kicked out all of the US oil corporations. So Donald Trump, when he was president, he tried to oversee a coup to overthrow Venezuela's government. And in 2023, he admitted that the US wanted to take over Venezuela and pillage its oil.
Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
And furthermore, Donald Trump's neoconservative national security advisor, John Bolton,
Jesus Christ.
likewise admitted in an interview on Fox News that the Trump administration was working with U.S. oil corporations that wanted to profit from exploiting Venezuela's oil.
We're looking at the oil assets. That's the single most important income stream to the government of Venezuela. We're looking at what to do to that. We're in conversation with major American companies now that are either in Venezuela or in the case of Citgo here in the United States. It'll make a big difference to the United States economically if we could have American oil companies really invest in and produce the oil capabilities in Venezuela.
Of course, you all probably remember the U.S. coup attempt that Donald Trump launched in 2019, in which Washington recognized a little-known right-wing opposition figure, Juan Guaido, as the supposed president of Venezuela, despite the fact that he had never participated in a presidential election. And the fact that this was
The
a coup
normal
attempt is not
standards.
even hidden. It was Donald Trump's neoconservative national security advisor, John Bolton, who, by the way, was one of the architects of the Iraq War. And he boasted in an interview on CNN that he had experience organizing coups, and he named Venezuela as an example of somewhere he had experience organizing coups.
One doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that. As somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat, not here, but other places, it takes a lot of work.
I do want to ask a follow-up.
These arrogant fucking
when we were talking
bastards.
about what is capable, what you need to do to be able to plan a coup, and you cited your expertise.
No, he didn't.
having
Little
planned
baby beef. He didn't run. He boycotted the elections because they're not legitimate. And then the United States government and its allies like Canada were like, you're the president now. And we called him like, oh, Mr. President, sir, and all this stuff. And had like official meetings with this guy. It's so stupid. And we recognize that as being stupid. We recognize it as being stupid and undemocratic. And we're still now hemming and hawing and hand-wringing over this time. Like, really? How many fucking times must we go through this before people being like, oh, that's another coup attempt? You know? This is what I keep asking sometimes whenever this shit comes up. What more needs to happen? What more needs to happen? With this, we still look. No, let's hear them out this time. No, I would rather we didn't hear them out. Actually, I don't think we do need to hear them out. Imperialist goo and don't brag about crimes, challenge impossible difficulty. Yeah, you're right, Connor. But he was part of the National Assembly, but did not participate in the actual election.
I'm not going to get into the specifics, but
successful coups?
Well, I wrote about Venezuela in the book, and it turned out not to be successful.
Now, that coup attempt obviously failed. Juan Guaido never came even remotely close to power in Caracas. But today, the U.S. is backing basically the same strategy under the Democrats now, under Joe Biden, that Trump did. And instead of Juan Guaido, the U.S. is refusing to recognize Maduro and is backing the far-right extremist
Let's run it back.
who has repeatedly called on the U.S. and Israel to militarily
Let's
intervene
run it
to
back.
overthrow Venezuela's government. And she's doing...
Sorry, we just have to take a... Because again, I talked about the CIA, like, fantasy booking. Fantasy booking, they're like coup attempts. Talk about them being open about it.
World stage. Venezuela is the single greatest resource of oil on the planet. So, why is this country in the midst of one of the greatest humanitarian crises in history?
There it is. They're like, you know what I mean? It's telegraphed. It's telegraphed. This is the fantasy version, and now they're running it in real life. And we have to ask her, is this a coup? Is this a coup? Oh, don't say it's a coup. Is this one of these lefty tinfoil hat conspiracy guys? Like, they're fucking telling us. Jesus Christ.
Your concern is that the Russians are secretly selling weapons to Venezuela?
It would fit a pattern.
It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound?
This ends up in the news. It's just going to cause panic.
In nuclear Venezuela, you will not hear about in the news because we'll already be dead.
Oh my God. It's so fucking funny. And like, that's what I mean though. Now they're doing it in real life. They're doing, like, they did the fantasy booking version on Amazon, and now they're running it in real life. And we have to be like, what's going on here? I don't know. We better listen to Venezuelans on this. I don't think this is legitimate. I think they want the girl boss. I think. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, people.
Business a pleasure, Jack?
I'm here for work.
What happened? Reyes, look at me. Was his name ever mentioned?
You guys stay. You have no...
We were there innocently trying to overthrow their country, and they had the audacity to attack us. I was there innocently as a CIA analyst trying to interfere in their democracy, and I was attacked. Can you believe this? Can you believe this violent autocracy? It is legitimate.
Doing this in collaboration with a man that people are jokingly calling the Joe Biden of Venezuela. His name is Edmundo Gonzalez. He is a right-wing oligarch. He is not popular at all.
But this is my point, though. They literally they fantasy booked
obvious
it.
That the real force behind him is Machado, who is this far-right extremist who has been backed
This
by
is
the US
literally the
government for
plot
many
of
years.
Jack Ryan, the
Machado
Amazon
has led
CIA
opposition
show.
organizations and right-wing political parties that have been funded with millions of dollars from the U.S. government. And she's such a close ally of Washington that U.S. President George W. Bush personally invited her to the White House in 2005 for a one-on-one meeting. This is the extremist U.S. puppet that the U.S. is trying to install in power in Venezuela yet again. Now, I want to briefly go through some of the recent history of the many U.S.-backed coup attempts in Venezuela. I mentioned that in 2002, the George Bush administration backed a briefly successful military coup that overthrew democratically elected President Hugo Chavez. After the military physically removed Chavez from power, a right-wing millionaire businessman who was the head of the Chamber of Commerce in Venezuela, named Pedro Carmona, declared himself so-called president, despite the fact that he was not elected. And the US government supported him because this is what Washington wants. They want oligarchs in control of Venezuela who will sell off Venezuela's natural resources to US corporations. They don't care about democracy at all. And the Guardian newspaper revealed that the Bush administration was involved in this coup, and in particular, it named some of the former Ronald Reagan administration officials who oversaw the CIA war on Central America in the 1980s, in particular on the revolutionary Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Some of these war criminals were brought back, including the convicted criminal Elliot Abrams, who was a key figure involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. And then when Donald Trump came to power, he brought back this literal convicted criminal, Elliot Abrams, to oversee the Venezuela coup attempt. In January 2000,
this is why they hate Trump so much, because instead of like being subtle about it and doing the, trying to pretend you weren't doing a coup, they literally brings back war criminals from the Cold War to do coups, and is like, we're doing the greatest coup. This is why they hate him, because he brings it right out into the open. So now, let's run it back. Now that Trump's not there.
19, right as the Trump administration.
Yeah, I remember when they called Ilhan Omar anti-Semitic for attacking this guy.
This coup attempt in Venezuela, Donald Trump named notorious neoconservative Elliot Abrams as his special envoy.
That's Trump draining the swamp, though.
And he reused
He's so against
those
the
same
swamp
tactics that the CIA used against Nicaragua in the 1980s, this time in Venezuela. But like I said, the 2019 Trump administration coup attempt against Venezuela was simply the latest in a long line. In fact, going back to the very first election,
we do need to solve the American question.
US-backed right-wing opposition forces in Venezuela have always refused to recognize the election results. In 2013, they also claimed supposedly that there was fraud. And of course, they had no evidence, just like they're claiming fraud once again today. And these coup attempts backed by the US have often been very violent. After Hugo Chavez died in 2013, and then Nicolás Maduro won the election in 2013 and became president, then in 2014, there was another violent US-backed coup attempt, and far-right extremists began burning government buildings, attacking Chavistas, left-wingers, and they created these notorious barricades that were known as guarimbas. And these were not peaceful protesters, although the Western media falsely claimed they were. They were armed, usually with mortar cannons. There were some who had guns, but many of them instead had these makeshift cannons that are known as morteros. And these things are extremely lethal. They're not non-violent protesters. Many people lost their lives because
those
of
are freedom mortars,
extremists shooting left-wing supporters of the government, Chavistas as they're known. Average people, average families in Venezuela lived in terror for many months in 2014 during these violent US-backed riots. And one of the main leaders of this US-backed coup attempt was the far-right extremist Leopoldo López, who is from one of the richest oligarch families in Venezuela. And you know who the other main leader of this US-backed coup attempt was? Once again, Maria Corina Machado, who is so close to the US government, she was invited to the White House for a one-on-one meeting with George Bush. And she is the US puppet that the Biden administration is trying to put in power today. So these same coup leaders in Venezuela come back again and again and again. And meanwhile, the US government and its mouthpieces in the Western media absurdly claim that Venezuela is a so-called dictatorship. Meanwhile, all of these coup plotters who have participated in violent attempts to overthrow the government, they're not in prison. They're walking around free, like
very
Machado.
Autocratic.
If these extremists carried out these kinds of actions and coup attempts in the US, they would be in prison. But in the so-called dictatorship in Venezuela, they're all walking around free because Venezuela is not a dictatorship. And meanwhile, supplementing these US-backed coup attempts in Venezuela, which were often violent, you also have the brutal sanctions that Washington has imposed on Venezuela going back to Barack Obama, before Donald Trump, going back to 2015. In that year, nearly a decade ago now, Obama issued a completely ridiculous executive order that, quote, declared a national emergency with respect to the unusual and an extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States posed by the situation in Venezuela. This is completely preposterous. I remember when this happened at the time. It was laughable. Can you imagine actually believing that Venezuela is somehow a national security threat to the US? Do they think that Venezuela is going to invade Washington or bomb Washington? It is completely absurd. And yet every single year since, in the past 9 years, every US president, Obama, Trump, and Biden, has renewed this executive order every year. And why is that? Because this is how the White House justified imposing illegal unilateral sanctions on Venezuela, waging economic war. It was Obama who started imposing the sanctions, and then Donald Trump took them to a whole new extreme level. And in 2019, when Trump initiated the coup attempt with Juan Guaido, he imposed a full economic embargo on Venezuela, like the illegal US economic embargo that has been on in Cuba for over 60 years now. And that the entire world, the entire international community votes to condemn every single year in the UN General Assembly. But the US and Israel are the only countries that support this illegal criminal blockade. Now, in 1960, the US State Department published an internal memo in which they admitted that the goal of the US sanctions on Cuba was to, quote, weaken the economic life of Cuba, to, quote, make the greatest inroads in denying money and supplies to Cuba, to decrease monetary and real wages, to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government. And this is exactly the same strategy that Washington is using to try to suffocate Venezuela today. In 2019, a top Trump administration official admitted, and this was published by Univision, which is one of the most anti-Venezuela media outlets imaginable. This top US official said, he boasted, that the US sanctions on Venezuela were like Darth Vader's grip around the throat of the Venezuelan economy. This is how sadistic and criminal and barbaric these US government officials are. They're willingly comparing themselves to Darth Vader, the villain of Star Wars, and saying, yeah, what Darth Vader did to his victims by suffocating them, that's what we are doing to Venezuela, to the Venezuelan people, and we're proud of it. And this explains the economic crisis in Venezuela. It is by far the most important factor in causing and exacerbating that economic crisis and hyperinflation and other problems in Venezuela. And this has been acknowledged even by Venezuelan economists who are critics of the Venezuelan government. For instance, the Venezuelan economist Francisco Rodriguez is a critic of Maduro. He does not support the Venezuelan government. He's part of the opposition, but he's not an extremist. He's not far right like many of the leaders. And he published research, including a study in 2023 titled The Human Consequences of Economic Sanctions. And in this report, he showed how the US sanctions devastated Venezuela's oil industry, sabotaging its production. And the more the US imposed sanctions on Venezuela, it prevented the government from exporting its oil. It prevented the government from signing trade agreements and doing transactions with other countries because oil is still mostly traded in the US dollar. It blocked Venezuela from the international financial system. It also made sure that no foreign investors would come anywhere close to the Venezuelan oil industry. It made it almost impossible for Venezuela to import technology that it needed to modernize and maintain its oil industry. It made it almost impossible for Venezuela to import the parts that it needed for much of this technology because most of Venezuela's oil industry was still using technology built in other countries like in the US or in Europe, in Germany and Switzerland, and Venezuela was unable to import those parts, which meant that in addition to being unable to simply process its oil transactions and trade, it was unable to maintain its oil infrastructure. And the US government was proud of this. They boasted. The US Energy Information Administration, the EIA, published a report in 2019 during Trump's coup attempt titled Venezuelan crude oil production falls to lowest levels since January 2003, which, by the way, was part of another US-backed coup attempt in Venezuela. So here we can see that the US government was gloating. They were proud of the fact that they had completely paralyzed Venezuela's oil industry, which completely devastated the Venezuelan economy. Because the reality is that Venezuela has been
That's called a foreign influence operation.
Well before the birth of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan economy has relied on oil, just like Saudi Arabia. Its economy has relied on oil. And like Venezuela, Saudi Arabia has been trying to diversify its economy, but that is very difficult to do when so much of your economy is based on oil. And the top United Nations expert on sanctions published a report in 2021. It's on the website of the UN Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. Her name is Alina Duhan. She's an international human rights expert and lawyer, and she was the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights. The UN has these very long titles, but she was the top UN expert on sanctions. And in this report, the UN expert emphasized that US sanctions and European sanctions on Venezuela are illegal. They are unilateral coercive measures. They do not have the support of the UN Security Council and therefore violate international law. And she wrote, quote, unilateral sanctions increasingly imposed by the United States, the European Union, and other countries have exacerbated the economic crisis in Venezuela. She said, quote, the government's revenue was reported to shrink by 99%. The government lost 99% of its revenue. The country is currently living on 1% of its pre-sanctions.
We care so much about Venezuela.
Again,
how has that worked out for
Venezuela
like the average person?
Has been a petrostate, and well before Hugo Chavez and the Bolivarian Revolution, the government relied on oil revenue to fund its operations. The difference is that previously, a small handful of oligarchs, wealthy capitalists, were basically stealing that oil wealth and using it to enrich themselves.
Socialism
and their friends.
fails again. That's
and
right.
Instead, Hugo Chavez came to power in 1999, and he launched the Bolivarian Revolution. And he said, the oil belongs to the people of our country, and we're going to use it to fund social programs and build housing units, millions of housing units, and create free
You're not allowed to do
education
that.
and healthcare and jobs programs.
You're not allowed to do that.
And by the way, despite the extreme economic difficulties in Venezuela, President Maduro has continued these policies that were started by Hugo Chavez. In fact, right before the election, Maduro announced that the government had built the housing unit number 5,100,000. So the government has built more than 5 million housing units for poor and working class families in Venezuela. And they plan on building 3 million more social housing units by 2030. They're investing so many resources in trying to help poor and working people. And this is exactly why Nicolas Maduro won the election. And it's why the opposition keeps losing the election, because the majority of people in Venezuela are working class. They are not the small handful of elite oligarchs who have dual passports and spend half their time living in Miami or Madrid. They are working class people from humble barrios, and they support Maduro and the Bolivarian Revolution because they have received tangible benefits, despite the brutal U.S. economic war waged against them that, in the words of U.S. government officials, is like Darth Vader's grip around the throat of the Venezuelan economy, trying to destroy it. In fact, the irony is that Venezuela now has lower inflation than Argentina, which has become the poster boy of the far right. Argentina's libertarian president, Javier Milei, has been imposing brutal neoliberal shock therapy, mass privatizations, destroying entire government ministries. And meanwhile, Argentina, as of March 2024,
maybe the people like the guy that builds them houses. Maybe. It's impossible to know.
Which is by far the worst inflation in the entire region. You can thank his neoliberal, libertarian, free market fundamentalist economic policies for that. Meanwhile, in Venezuela, despite the continued U.S. economic war, the brutal U.S. sanctions and embargo, Venezuela's annual inflation is 68%, which is a small fraction of Argentina's inflation. In the UN report that I mentioned earlier, this top UN expert also talked about some of the other economic difficulties that have been caused by the illegal U.S. sanctions. She noted that, quote, the hardening of sanctions faced by the country since 2015 undermines the potential positive impact of the current reforms, as well as the state's capacity to maintain infrastructure and implement social projects. Today, Venezuela faces a lack of necessary machinery, spare parts, electricity, water, fuel, gas, food, and medicine. Again, because the U.S. has been waging a war on Venezuela. What happens in war? Many people flee the country. There are refugees and migrants, like the U.S. war in Iraq, and the U.S. war in Afghanistan, and the U.S. war in Syria, the U.S. war in Yemen, and also the U.S. hybrid war and economic war on Venezuela. President Maduro has been a wartime president. Ever since he entered office, the U.S. has not given the people of Venezuela one day to breathe. It has been tormenting them with this endless
Cuba for the last
war.
70 years.
And then when Donald Trump launched the coup attempt in 2019, the U.S. and its European allies began to steal billions of dollars of Venezuelan assets held abroad, as this UN expert pointed out. Furthermore, the illegal Western sanctions made the purchase of goods and payments by
Lodain, it's like
public companies
unfathomable to think
impossible
about.
because they were blocked or frozen. Even private companies in Venezuela faced rejection or reluctance.
Imagine if Canada built 1
or
million public housing units. Like it's honestly unfathomable to even think about our government making that kind of an investment into housing, actually affordable housing.
keep open their bank accounts because of the fear of US sanctions. They had to pay extra insurance costs, which led to high inflation because in order to import products, they become more expensive to import. And then you also have the issue of over-compliance of sanctions, because even if a Venezuelan institution is not directly sanctioned, foreign companies and foreign exporters and foreign banks, they might be afraid of doing business with Venezuelan firms, not only government firms, but also private companies, because they're afraid of secondary sanctions. They're afraid that they might get sanctioned by the US for doing business with Venezuelans. So the US and European countries have been waging brutal economic war on Venezuela. The Bank of England stole $1.2 billion worth of gold that belonged to the Venezuelan people. And by the way, with the price of gold massively increasing, this is now around $2 billion. The US has also been trying to steal from Venezuela Citgo, which was a state-owned oil refinery company, and it had a lot of branches based in the United States. It was actually based in Houston, Texas. And during the Trump administration's coup attempt in 2019, they stole Citgo and gave it to Juan Guaido, this US puppet, and they proceeded to bankrupt Citgo, these corrupt US-backed coup leaders. They use it as their personal piggy bank, and now the US is basically going to steal it from them and turn it into US corporate property. And by the way, Citgo is worth many billions of dollars. So this is another example of the US stealing billions of dollars from the Venezuelan people. And I haven't even talked yet about the failed US-backed invasion of Venezuela in 2020.
I remember
in which
this.
Former US military officers led a group of Colombian paramilitary forces and Venezuelan traders that were trained by the US in Colombia. And one of the leaders of this attempted invasion admitted that the CIA was involved in backing this failed operation that was jokingly called Bay of Piglets. But like the failed CIA invasion of Cuba in Bay of Pigs, the CIA-backed failed invasion of Venezuela in 2020, this was very serious. It was called Operation Gideon. They were trying to invade a foreign country and violently overthrow its elected government. Meanwhile, it's the US government and the far-right Venezuelan opposition forces it's backing who are the ones absurdly claiming that there's supposed electoral fraud in Venezuela today. And there's no evidence of this. As I explained in an investigation, which I will link to in the description below, the allegations of supposed fraud, the allegations that claim that the Venezuelan opposition supposedly won, come from a US firm that works with US government propaganda outlets founded by the CIA. And I was going to talk in more detail about this investigation today, but I've actually gone way too long in this episode today. So instead, I'm going to actually continue that discussion in a separate episode where I go into detail showing how the US government-backed firm based in New Jersey, Edison Research, which works with propaganda organs founded by the CIA, they are the origin of these false allegations of electoral fraud. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, it's not just the US government that is backing these false allegations, but it's also billionaire oligarchs like Elon Musk.
Old Rob to talk you through all this.
Overthrow the friendship triangle.
Cut man. Thanks for 35 months, tier 1. Almost 36 months. Almost 3 years. You want to overthrow the friendship triangle right before you finally get that 3-year, 36-month Pearl sub badge. I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy.
And the right-wing governments in Latin America that are backing this coup attempt. But I'm going to talk about that in greater detail in a separate episode. But
yeah, once again, make sure you subscribe to Ben's content and pay attention to that. It's a really thorough breakdown of all of these claims. Just the fundamental ridiculousness, I think, of making these claims about Venezuelan democracy when you've been deliberately, openly waging political and economic warfare on this country for the last 20 years. And this whole idea of trying to undermine the democratic legitimacy while keeping your thumb on the scale and trying to get your backed candidate to get elected, and then suggesting that anything that happens that doesn't deliver that result is automatically illegitimate. It's just totally preposterous. Here's something just to get us mad here. The NED has found many abnormalities in the friendship triangle. That's right. Thank you. Here we go. Just to make us mad here. Here we go. I got something for us here. This is from Venezuela. No, we got to listen to Venezuelan, says Venezuelan Germania Rodriguez Polio.
First world also, a message to the first world commies, the first world socialists, the democratic socialists who think it's cute to support leftist dictators because they spew anti-US propaganda that you easily buy. This is not the cosplay of revolution that you guys were doing at Ivy League fancy universities. These are real people fighting for the right to vote. People who were born in a dictatorship, who still are demanding freedom and actually risking their lives. It's not about the US. It's not about your hatred for the US or for Israel. It's not about you. It's about Venezuela.
Yeah, and that's why you have to back the US-backed candidate to show how much you care about the Venezuelans and they're yearning for freedom. They're yearning for freedom, folks, and we got to listen to them. And that means supporting Elon Musk and the Elliot Abrams and Donald Trump and all of these fucking reactionary ghouls. That's the thing when they say that it's like a form of American exceptionalism. You blame America for everything. You just blame America for everything. This isn't about you. It's you believe that America is this all-powerful place, and it's you that's the American exceptionalist. Because you're suggesting that the United States government and the CIA and the mass media establishment and Elon Musk and all of these fucking ghouls, the OAS and all these international institutions they control are interfering in their democracy. Can you believe that someone might think that the US might be behind some of these things? Your name's literally Germania as well. That's good. That's very good. I think that's very funny, though. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Interesting. This girl's grandfather was kicked out of Venezuela for threatening Chavez. Her mother was investigated for being involved with an assassination of a prosecutor, also left Venezuela, and her father was accused of rape and also fled Venezuela. They got Wikipedia articles. This lady's family, extended family, the Venezuelans that we need to be listening to. And yeah, literally from America. Not Venezuela. And in the sharing shit like from the Caracas Chronicles, in a WSJ piece published today, Maria Corina Machado, the key figure to the election of Edmundo González Urrutia as president of Venezuela, admits she's currently in hiding and makes a plea for the international community to step up to the plate. You'll be shocked to learn she was born in Miami too. Well, there we go. Just shocking. Fucking ridiculous. And it's funny because anyone that's making fun of her in the comments, she just responds in Spanish. That's supposed to be the like. That's like the. I'm not supporting a coup. Responding in Spanish to all the haters to show that she's legitimate. She's legit. Anyway, folks, you know what? There's plenty more to talk about. There's all kinds of developments in Israel and Gaza to talk about. I think I'm going to punt that till tomorrow. This has been a successful return episode here. Thanks so much, everyone, for supporting the show. Gone on 4 hours here. I think I'm going to say goodbye soon. Seven more subs. This is actually the sweet spot for me, Kijiji, is when I get a good amount of subs and surpass expectations and surpass the number, but not quite enough that I have to sing. That's the beauty That's the beauty of it. That's right in the sweet spot for me. I do have some songs planned if we do get back there, maybe tomorrow. I do have some ideas for songs that can be done, but I don't think it's going to happen today, folks. It's the Goldilocks zone, exactly. Oh, I think it's about time for me to get a haircut as well. It's getting a little shaggy here. Thanks again for tuning in, everybody. I appreciate everyone tuning in. I appreciate all the support as usual. I'm going to be going now.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Lil Baby Beef, for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Nobody give 10 subs now. It'd be very upsetting. If somehow, through some kind of turn of events, I end up getting 6 more subs in the next 45 seconds, I will do the song tomorrow. I will owe you a song. 1 IOU of a song. And if we got to 50 tomorrow, then that would be 2 songs. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. With interest. That's right. Yeah, but I'll be back tomorrow, normal time. Please give my regards to our friend Hildy.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you
Barbara, thank you very much for the 16 months as well. Thank you, Barbara. Very, very much appreciated. I'll talk to you folks tomorrow, okay? Thank you again. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye. Maduro.